All right, good morning, everyone. We're back today in the state of Tennessee versus DeAndre Davis and Sean Jordan to resume the state's case in chief. We had completed the direct examination of Ms. Morris yesterday, and the next step will be the cross-examination of Ms. Morris. Is the state ready to continue?
State's ready.
Ms. Mathis, you ready?
Ready, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinette?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Morris, would you please come forward to the witness stand? Officer Coker, please bring our jury in. All right, everyone, you may be seated. Stay with the call, jury.
Same way, Your Honor.
Ms. Mathis, you with the call?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinette?
Yes, Your Honor.
Welcome back, folks. Thanks for being with us once again today. I do once again apologize for the late start. We have completed our docket and we're ready to resume our trial. If you recall yesterday, we heard the direct testimony from Ms. Morris. It is now time for cross-examination. Who would like to go first?
I'll go, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Robinette.
Your Honor, can you have a moment to set up?
Please. Whenever ready.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Ms. Morris. How are you today? I'm all right. My name is Robinette. I'll be asking you a few questions, okay? Now, yesterday that you testified that Mr. the blue Nissan, the infotainment system, the last activity on there for the iPhone 11 was at 3:41:39 p.m. Is that correct?
From the iPhone.
From
That
the
was
iPhone.
not from the Ultima.
Okay, from the iPhone, that was the last activity was 3:41:39.
That was the last scene, yes.
Yes. And this was a connection or a disconnection? What kind of activity was it?
It just says last scene.
Okay. And do you remember, and that was your testimony, correct?
Yes, yes,
Do you remember testifying at the juvenile court hearing
I do.
on November 4th, 2022?
I don't remember the
21.
date, but I remember testifying in juvenile court.
When you testified at the juvenile hearing, you were under oath, correct?
Yes,
And you did testify that you swear to tell the truth,
I did.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Now, at the transfer hearing, you testified that the last connectivity was at 10:41:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that is different.
I was reading a report from Cellbrite. The Cellbrite report reported 15:31:49 UTC. So at UTC, you subtract 5 in that time zone, when we're in this time zone. That was incorrect. That has since gotten corrected since we did the re-extraction in January.
So your testimony was wrong at the juvenile hearing, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you prepare for that hearing?
I did, but I did not do the original extraction of the phone
But you reviewed the content of the extraction, didn't you?
at that point, just for that hearing.
But you didn't verify the correctness of the content.
I read the report that I was handed, which was through Cellbrite, their respected software at the time.
And you were qualified as an expert at that time as well.
Yes,
And the same thing you've been qualified for today.
yes.
Okay, but at that time, your testimony was different than today, correct?
The report was incorrect.
Okay. Now, did you obtain a Burla report for the Nissan?
I did,
Did you review that?
I did,
Will you recognize a copy if I provide it to you?
I'm sure. Yeah, that's it.
What is this document?
That's the full case report that the Burla software produced,
For what vehicle?
the Nissan Altima.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that you received and reviewed?
Yes, but that report is not a supported vehicle, so we were told that we could not base anything on the dates and times or anything extracted from that.
Well, I'm asking you, is this the report that you reviewed? The same report
Yes.
that was provided to you? You know, I'd like to move this into evidence.
I believe what the witness testified to is that she can't be liable.
I'm gonna sustain the objection because it's not a supported vehicle, so it's not reliable.
Yeah, she's an expert testimony. This is from the blue Nissan. She
But I haven't testified to anything from the Nissan.
But back to the
It's
question.
not a reliable report, so it's excluded.
So when you reviewed the infotainment system in the Burla, there were multiple connectivities in the infotainment system, correct?
For the Fusion,
For the Nissan. I'm only speaking for the Nissan.
We're gonna object.
I didn't review anything in the Nissan. I just reviewed it and was told by Burla that it was an
I'm not
unsupported
asking.
device.
I'm not asking for about the Burla. I'm asking you. You say that you took a pictures of the infotainment system of the Bluetooth device yesterday, correct?
I took pictures of it, yes, before it was removed.
Okay, and in that, when you took picture of the Bluetooth connectivities, there were multiple.
Yeah, I think there were 6.
There were 6. So, do you know when those devices were connected?
No.
Do you know?
I know when the 2 iPhones were connected.
Okay. Do you know whose the other 4
No.
were? Okay. So when you connect to a Bluetooth, does it show the disconnection date on it?
It only shows the last seen date. That
Okay.
means that that's when that MAC address or Bluetooth address for that phone was last seen on that car.
Okay. So that means that the iPhone or any device can connect just what 2 seconds, but you don't know when it will be disconnected, right?
I'm assuming I would go with the last seen date is when it was last disconnected.
Okay.
Because
And-
if it stays connected, then the time's going to extend.
Well, I'm asking you, you don't know the disconnection date on the infotainment system. You just testified, it's only showed the connection date.
It's shown the last seen date from the phone. I don't know what the
No, I'm asking-
device said.
I'm asking about the Nissan infotainment system that you took picture of.
Yeah, it just showed that it was connected. The screenshot from the vehicle showed nothing, no dates and times. It just showed the names of the devices that were connected.
Okay, but it showed multiple devices, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have to be in the vehicle in order to connect to the Bluetooth?
Bluetooth usually runs between 30 and 60 feet, depending on the device that's what we're discussing.
So you can be outside of the vehicle when you can
Yes.
if you connect to the Bluetooth, correct?
Yes.
Can we, I have the projector. I think I'm dim the light, I think we see better. Ms. Morris, this is the report of the cash data that you collected, is that correct?
Yes, some of it, yes.
Some of it, okay. And this was introduced into evidence yesterday, so I want you to review this.
Just one minute. Can you get that microphone a little closer to you there? I
Sorry.
know, you gotta reach your computer, sorry about
Yes, Your
that.
Honor. I move it this way. Is this better? Now, can you see this?
I've got it here.
So each dot that pops up, does that mean that the phone is being used in some ways?
No,
Okay, so when it pops up, why does it pop up?
it's writing the cache location of that device at that time.
So does that mean that the phone is being used?
No,
Okay, so what is being captured with that by the cache data then?
the phone itself is capturing it.
So it doesn't have to be on to catch it?
It has to be powered on, but you don't
Okay.
have to be using it.
So if I hit the power button to put the screen on, does that capture it?
Does it capture that
The cache
motion
data.
that the screen has come
No,
on?
the cache data. So my phone, if I just hold my phone right here and it's black, let me demonstrate. Right here. It's not on, sleep mode. Does it capture any data if it's like this?
I don't even know what phone that is.
This is iPhone 14.
I haven't examined it. Some of the iPhone, iOS cache locations is a device specific
Okay, what about the iPhone?
function that it does for customer user ease of use.
What about an iPhone 11 then? If it's in this mode, does it capture anything?
It can, that's when this was captured. When
Okay,
it
so-
doesn't have to be on. You can pull up the screen on and off through a different database. I don't know if it was on at this time, but it does not have to be, it has to be on, it doesn't have to be used.
But you don't know what was captured, is that right?
Not everything that was captured.
Okay. So when it's captured, does it necessary how long this dot is at that specific location?
No, it just captures it as the location is registered.
So to be clear, you can capture here for 1 second, and the next second the person can be here at this location, is that correct?
Yes, or however many seconds it takes to get there.
Okay. And in here, you have 3 locations. Why are there 3 locations? They can't be in 3 places at once.
The phone's moving.
But if it moves, should that disappear, or why there are 3 here?
That's just how I geared it for the report, so you can see the movement of the time.
Okay, so it once.
You'll have to go by the time. I can't read the time from this screen, what the exact time was, but there's a difference in the timestamp.
Those little red marks have timestamps on them.
Yes.
Okay. So when it appears 3 location, it doesn't mean that the person is there exactly, right?
It's within, that report has got an accuracy with the meters on the other report that was provided. Some of it was as close as like 10 meters, and some of it was as wide as 65 meters.
And when the dot is at that location is captured, it is not necessary that the phone is at that exact point, correct?
It's it within however meters of accuracy the report says it is.
Okay. And for this case, you don't know how many, do you know how many points of accuracy?
It's on a different report, yes.
Do you remember?
No, not right offhand.
So, well, then my question is, it's not exact location, right? Correct?
No.
Apologize, John. I think my computer's not responding.
I can turn the screen off there and you can exit out of that and see if we can get back into it.
Okay, I'm ready.
Ready?
Not sure how to do it. As far as, if you can watch the
We
location,
can't hear you.
if you can watch the cache data here. I got 1 second. It's really fast, so this dot right there, do you see that when they appear? Do you see that dot appear?
Yes.
This one. Now, that dot appear at mess that all up. That's dot right there appear at $3:43:57. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And this right here is the highway, correct?
That looks like the interstate, yes.
Yes. And this is the exit to go to the highway. Am I right?
Okay.
Is that yes?
I don't know what you're pointing at.
Right here. See?
That's
Okay.
Cherry Street, and that's the exit, I guess, off of 40 West.
Have you been to this
Yeah,
highway before?
I've been to that intersection, I'm sure.
Okay. You've been there, but if you get in the highway, there's no exit over here until it's in this location before you can turn around, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Alright, my question, when you get in the highway right here, you cannot turn right to be here at this location, correct? When you get on the highway,
That's the on-ramp. The
Yeah.
off-ramp was on the other side of the interstate.
yes, but there's no right turn here, correct?
I don't see one now.
Okay. Now, if you watch carefully, is this dot right there. This is at I think my computer died again. The program won't load. Now, do you see this dot right there?
I do.
Okay. That dot timestamp is 3:44:09, correct?
Yes.
So from this location,
Mr. Robinette, let me have you put this on with your back to the jury. They can't hear you.
so from this location, which we determined to be about 3:39:47, and right here is 3:44:09. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this person appeared to be on the highway. Is that right?
Yes. But that, I don't know the accuracy of that. That could be, the accuracy could cover that whole area of the interstate and Cherry Street. I don't know the accuracy from this report.
Well, I'm just asking you that the dots need to be on the highway, correct?
The timestamp does, yes.
See a dot that just appeared right there. The timestamp is 3:44:12. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's 3 seconds
yes,
difference, right?
yes.
So it's not possible for a person to be on the highway to be here and then pop up right there, correct?
I don't know the accuracy of the first one. If
Okay.
it's within 65, 100 meters, I'm not sure of what that accuracy is at that timestamp,
What can you tell
or
me?
the other one.
Can you tell me the distance between here?
I have no idea.
Well, you're an expert in this field. Can you?
I have no idea what the mileage is between that and that.
Okay. So, is it fair to say, is it about a quarter of a mile?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Your testimony is you don't know the accuracy of this.
I don't know it on this report. It is in a report.
And this was what you testified to yesterday, correct?
That's just the movement on the times.
And this is what you obtained from the phone, correct?
Yes,
yesterday you testified this Snapchat was created on 2/12/2021 at 12:42:26 p.m. Is that correct?
That snap was created on that device at that time.
But you cannot tell when this picture was taken, am I right?
No, not from that, no.
So it could have been taken 3 or 4 days before,
Yeah.
or 30 days before. And this Snapchat was taken on 2/16/21 at 10:24:50 a.m., correct?
That's when that snap was created on that device.
But the same here, you cannot determine when this picture was taken.
No.
Do you have the little rock exhibit?
Yes.
It has been introduced.
Yes, it's part of whatever.
Do you know what exhibit is this?
So it's gonna be the whatever
Okay.
chat exhibit was.
Now, you also testified yesterday that there was a iOS message to an individual named LaRock, correct?
Yes.
And is this the text message that you read yesterday?
Yes.
Can you read the first? Write that down.
DIS wax, who you said had DEM 7.62 bullets again.
When was that sent?
Yeah, it looks like it was at 1:02:38 p.m. on the 12th of February 2021.
And when did that person respond?
1:02:53 on the same day.
Okay. And what did the person respond to?
I got you some.
And what did the individual respond back?
Bet LMK when I can, KAN get 'em.
And what time stamp is that?
1:03:40 p.m.
And did the person that said that he allegedly have the bullets, did he respond?
No.
Okay. And did the individual do any follow-up?
At 3:48:26 p.m. the same day.
What did he respond?
How far you is?
Okay. And that's at what time again?
3:48:26 p.m.
So from this messages, you do not know if the individual got the 7.62 bullets, correct?
No.
You don't know if they met,
No.
correct? Yeah, can you turn off the projector?
Yes, sir.
Can you turn the video? Now this is the video you state that it was introduced into evidence. It was created on February 12, 2020 at 12. At 1:42:35 p.m. Correct?
I don't have the time in front of me, but
If that's what
I
indicated.
don't remember what it was yesterday.
But if that was in the report, would that be
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
If it says Exit Creek.
I guess what I instead would ask is for her to have access to the documents when you're through.
Sure. Yeah. Do you have it pulled up? Or the documents? this video here, you said was created on 2/12/21 at 1:42:35 p.m., correct?
Local time, yes.
And now the individual in the back seat, you see him in a black sweatshirt, correct?
Yes,
A black shirt with the red letters, correct?
I do.
And a hat, correct?
Uh-huh.
And do you know what vehicle this individual was in?
If you play a little bit forward, it's got the same stitching as the Fusion.
So that, the Fusion, correct?
The Ford Fusion, yes.
And do you, if I play the video,
Got that nigga in a bag. Fuck you talking about? Got that nigga in a bag. Fuck you talking about?
okay, now when you watch that video twice, did you see any guns in that vehicle?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, can I turn off the projector one more time? Projector over there. And this video you said was created on February 12th, 2021 at 5:10:27 p.m., correct?
Local time, yes.
So the two videos are about 3.5 hours apart from each other. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now in this video, watch it. The individual here, he has on a red hoodie, correct?
Yes,
And he has on a black toboggan, am I right?
seems to be, yes.
And is in his the Ford Fusion, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, with the red stitching.
Okay. And they're the two individuals in the backs as well, correct?
Yes,
And you don't know who these two individuals are.
I do not know.
So in total, there are 4 people in that car.
Yes.
One more time, y'all. And then one more time, I'll give you that. Okay. Now, this was the doorbell ring camera you discussed yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell who this individual is?
No.
And this individual had on what appeared to be a white jacket, correct?
Yeah, it's black and white. I have no idea what color it is.
And seemed to be a white hat, correct? Correct?
I can't tell from the video.
I think, she's a technical expert, so I think the jury can observe just as well as she can these kind of questions. So I think you could save those questions for argument.
Now, they got into this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you can't tell what vehicle that is, correct?
No.
Can't tell the color either, correct?
No.
One second.
Yes.
I'll have you on.
Ms. Mathis, cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Morris.
Hey.
My name is Ashley Mathis, and I represent DeAndre Davis. I just have a few brief questions for you this morning. So, on, I think, cross-examination, you talked a little bit about how there was a re-examination in this case of the
Yes.
phones. So, are you aware of sort of the timeline of the phones in this case between when they were seized and when you ultimately examined them?
Yeah, I did the extraction, I think the 23rd of January of this year.
Sure. So, are you aware that the phones were originally seized in February of 2021?
Yes.
And I think the iPhone X Max was unable to be accessed by law enforcement locally. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know which one it was.
Sure. Are you aware that one of the phones had to be sent to the TBI to be inspected?
Yes.
And they performed some examination of their own.
Okay.
And
yeah.
then it ultimately came back to Knoxville Police Department
Yes.
custody. And you would agree that you did not perform the extraction that we're examining contents of until January of this year?
And it's my extraction.
Correct. And what is the process for trying, let me withdraw that and rephrase the question. There is a specific process for how cell phones are to be confiscated, correct?
Yes.
And how they are to be controlled to preserve the contents of them for law enforcement purposes, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that the phones in this case have been accessed by law enforcement on multiple occasions, correct?
Yes.
And multiple extractions have been done.
Yes.
And not all of that was in your presence, correct?
No.
So you cannot attest to how another law enforcement agency might have operated the phone.
No.
So in this case, you have only your extraction to rely upon, correct?
Yes.
But you can't say if anything might have been altered prior to your examination, correct?
It would show in the date and timestamps.
So
The
you-
modified date and timestamps if anything was, if they opened a video on the phone itself.
Right, but you are not aware of if the phones remained in airplane mode when they were in another law enforcement's
No.
custody, correct?
No.
You're not aware of how they were accessed, correct?
No.
You're not aware if they were powered on and off, correct? Or
No.
if they were kept in a Faraday box or bag, correct?
yes.
You don't have any personal knowledge as to
I
that.
have no.
So you only have knowledge as to your examination of the phones, which was conducted this year.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're looking back 2 years, but your examination was this year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then we talked a little bit about social media and snaps, and I just want to make sure that I understand sort of what you said. So we can see, for anyone who's not familiar with Snapchat, I'm not sure who all is and who isn't, but you would agree with me that on Snapchat you can record a snap directly on Snapchat, correct?
Yes.
And you can upload that directly onto Snap, correct?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
you can save it in Snapchat, correct?
Yes.
But you can also download it onto your phone from Snapchat.
Yes.
And you can also take a video on your phone and upload it onto Snapchat.
Yes.
And each of those actions is going to affect the date and time stamp on those videos, correct?
Not the exit, but the create and date time that we were discussing yesterday.
Right, and you noted in your testimony that in some cases, you will only be able to see when an image made it onto Snapchat, right? You can't necessarily see when the image, was originally created.
Yes.
Okay, and let's see, we viewed several items, I think, in the exhibits that referred to different Snapchat messages, correct?
Yes.
Snapchat photos, correct?
Uh-huh.
And also videos.
Yes.
Did you obtain any independent returns or subpoenas from Snapchat for comparison purposes?
Oh, no.
Are you aware if the state subpoenaed any independent records from Snapchat to verify the date or timestamp of any of those records?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. The same thing, I think we saw some messages that were referred to as text, but they were really messaging within apps, correct? I think we saw some messages that were in a Text Now app.
Yes.
Are you aware if any independent verification was made with Text Now, any subpoena for records?
Not that I know.
You have not reviewed any,
No.
correct? Okay. And then we talked a little bit also about cache data and thumbnails. You have to bear with me because I'm not an expert like you are in that area. So you indicated that these phones have thousands and thousands and thousands of images on them, correct?
Some
I
of
think,
them, yes.
I think you said you'd never viewed a phone without thousands of photos
Yes.
on it. And that's because when we view things on the internet, sometimes things are saving in the background, correct?
Yes,
If I click on a photo, it may save in my thumbnails, correct?
yes,
Same thing with a video. If I watch a video on like Instagram, it could save in the background of my phone, correct?
Yes.
So it does not require me to actively save the image for it to end up on my phone, correct?
No.
So if I'm viewing a news story and I start clicking on images, those could save in my phone, correct?
yes,
Same thing with videos on Facebook.
yes,
I think we viewed quite a few that were, they said FB downloader on the tags.
yes,
So you would agree, you said that if you're passively scrolling through Facebook, that probably wouldn't save them, but clicking one and reading it most likely would, correct? So really, that's not someone actively saving an image to their phone, it's someone just viewing it,
Yes.
correct? And that could be off of a news stream, correct?
yeah, I don't know who posted it.
It could be off somebody
Yes.
else's repost, correct?
Yes.
So if a friend posted it and you clicked on their images, it could save to your phone.
Yes,
Okay. Give me just a moment. I don't think I have anything further.
Reiterate, Ms. Robinette.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Have a good day.
thank you.
Next witness, General.
Our next witness is Dr. Rollins.
We have Dr. Rollins step in. We have demonstrative aids with Dr. Rollins. Ms. Robinette, I will need the microphone, the lapel microphone back. Oh, okay. I got it. You're good. I got it.
Your Honor, if there's demonstrative evidence that maybe we want to view that and approach before.
I'm assuming that it's the mannequin.
Mannequin.
It's
It
just
is.
the mannequin. Okay, folks, you know, see. Why don't we just take a recess right now, and when he gets back, we'll
Take
resume.
advantage of that break as well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Short recess, folks, 5 minutes. break. We need to have a jury out with Dr. Rollins. Doc, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Doctor. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about some photographs so I can determine what is admissible in this. So, General, would you like to present to him the ones you wish to use?
Please, Your Honor, can I use your projector, please?
I guess you've spoken to the family.
Yes.
About this. They're okay.
This would be exhibits 433 through 445. 433 through 445. Sir, if I can approach and show you exhibit. Give us your name
Maxwell Rollins.
and where you're employed
I'm employed at the Knox County Medical Examiner's Office.
and where's your position there.
I'm an assistant medical examiner.
And during the course of your employment, did you perform the autopsy on Mr. Stanley Freeman Jr.?
I did.
And in the course of that autopsy, did you take or have taken several photographs?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of having these photographs taken?
The purpose of the photographs is for documentation purposes.
And these photographs, will they assist you in the presentation of your testimony to this jury?
Yes, they will.
I can show you exhibits 433 through 445, and I asked to look at them collectively, and then we'll go through them individually. All right, you guys ready? Looking at those photos, are these photographs from Mr. Freeman's autopsy?
Yes.
And these photos fairly accurately document the autopsy of Mr. Freeman
Yes.
and the items recovered.
Yes.
So for the record, exhibits 445 and 444 and 445, these are the items recovered from Mr. Freeman.
Correct.
I take it there's no objection to those, right?
No, you're not pulling them. No. But I do want to talk about exhibits 433 through 443. These photographs fairly accurately show the location of the injuries to Mr. Freeman.
Yes, they do.
And does it show the relationship of the injuries to each other?
Yes, they do.
Would these photographs assist you in presenting your findings to the jury?
Yes.
We would like to, for purposes of this hearing, just move those photos into evidence so I can show you to you.
For purposes of this hearing, there are 433. All right, folks, we are going to display some photographs that may be disturbing to you. Family has a right to be here if you'd like to be, but it's also certainly acceptable if you need to excuse yourself during the course of this testimony.
433, what are we looking at? What are we looking at?
This is a photo of Mr. Freeman, and there's an injury to the left chest there, which is an exit wound.
Which is what?
An exit wound.
An exit wound?
And the redacted blue box, General, I take it that is some medical procedure that has left a wound there.
Yes or not? Can you tell us what was underneath that exit wound?
The region within the blue box was, if I recall correctly, I believe it was sutured. It may have not been sutured, but what it was, as the judge said, it was medical intervention. When they did a procedure called thoracotomy, which is they incise that part of the chest and open it up to access the organs, and that's medical intervention.
434.
That is a photo of the exit wound on the left chest, labeled as number 1.
435.
That is a closer up of the same exit wound on the left chest.
And in exhibit 435, how can you tell that this is an exit wound?
The characteristics of the defect.
436.
That is a picture in the left armpit region of an abrasion that was actually caused by medical intervention. When the prior picture was shown with the blue box, to do that procedure, they use a device called rib spreaders, and a lot of times the rib spreader device will leave marks on the skin, often near the armpit area, and so that right there would be iatrogenic therapeutic effect.
And so in 436 and 437, we don't necessarily need 437.
That wasn't caused by a wound, that was from medical intervention.
That is correct.
438, yeah, this is, in this blue box, is this covering up medical?
Correct. Correct. That blue box indicates where a chest tube was placed.
This is 439.
This photo depicts the back of the decedent, and in this photograph you can actually see 3 defects. In the left aspect of the upper back, there is an entrance wound. On the mid aspect of the midline of the back is an entrance wound, and then on the left aspect of the mid back is an abrasion consistent with a graze wound.
It's 439. And 440.
And these are the same 3 defects labeled as 2, 3, and 4.
441.
That is a close-up of an entrance wound.
442.
That is a close-up photograph of an entrance wound.
443.
And that is a close-up of the abrasion consistent with the graze wound.
What was that one?
That's the close-up photograph of the defect consistent with a graze wound.
And so, Your Honor, we would seek to introduce all except for 436, 437, and 438.
All right, Ms. Mathis, or Mr. Isaacs.
I mean, I would not have a Banks-Harper motion, but they did seem somewhat cumulative with the one where he's lying there with the arm extended.
That's 438.
That's out.
I think we're gonna take that one out. Mr. Robinette.
Can you go back to 439? There was one with a, I can't remember.
I think that's 439.
So that one is out, is that correct?
No, not yet.
Okay, well, I would object to that because I feel like it's more cumulative. The next one would effectively can show a.
So the thinking was here is that I was asking to, this is how the body was, and then after observing these 3 injuries, they were labeled.
I believe the label was sufficient to show where it is.
Well, I mean, I can tell that that's his head up here, but you get less of the torso there, so I'm okay with it. So I'll note your objection for the record.
And no, back to, I think it's the one that, okay, so
Yeah,
that's what I was.
that's
okay
out.
with that.
So give me a chance, I'm gonna take that one, that one.
All right. For the record, the court believes the state concedes that 436, 437, and 438 should be removed, and I agree with that. I think all the others are okay. They're not gruesome in nature compared to what we're used to seeing on autopsy photographs. They do not depict medical intervention, and Dr. Rollins has indicated that they can be helpful to him in explaining how these wounds occurred and the trajectories. And so I think all the others are okay if you just strike those 3, General.
Yes, sir.
You good?
Yes, and can I make them for ID?
For ID, we'll just leave them 436, 437, 438. So there'll be a hole in the exhibits, but I'm going to explain that to the jury because there's probably a lot of holes in our numbers. All right, Julie, ready?
Yes, sir.
Ready, Mr. Isaac?
Yes.
Ready, Mr. Robinette?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring him on in. I'll swear you in again.
What is this? Okay, I mean, you're going to use it as your photo. I mean, should it be in evidence or just?
All right, Evan, you may be seated. Stay by the call, jury.
Stay away, John.
Fence by the homicide.
Yes.
Ms. Robinette. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for that break. Our next witness is already on the witness stand. Doc, would you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I'm about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thanks, sir. Do you know whenever you're ready?
Please give us your name.
My name is Max Rollins.
Your name. Where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Knox County Medical Examiner's Office.
What is the Knox County Medical Examiner's Office?
The Knox County Medical Examiner's Office is a building that performs autopsies and figures out why people die.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is basically a specialized surgical procedure. It starts with examining the decedent, the deceased individual on the external surface of the body, looking at external parameters like hair length, hair color, eye color. We determine their height and weight. We look at all external features, injuries, as in this case, gunshot wounds. And then after we look at the external part of the body, we move to the internal part of the body and we look at all the organs, starting with the brain and then the heart, lungs, everything internally, and we do the same thing. On the inside, we're looking for evidence of injuries and also evidence of what we call natural disease. For example, is there blockages in the heart? Is there evidence of alcohol use in the liver? Things like that. And so when we take that all together, the external and internal part, that's called the autopsy.
And did you perform an autopsy in this case of Mr. Freeman?
I did.
Now, prior to performing this autopsy, had you performed autopsies in the past?
I did.
Any or few?
Many.
Tell us about your educational background that allows you to hold this position.
The educational background is extensive, starting with undergraduate. I went to the University of Iowa, in Iowa City, Iowa, and received an undergraduate degree and in Russian language. After that, I spent 4 years in Chicago and got a medical degree. And then after that, I spent 5 years in Atlanta, where I received my training in what's called anatomic and clinical pathology, and that was my residency at Emory University in Atlanta. And then after that, I spent a year in Memphis, Tennessee, where I did another year of subspecialized training in a field called forensic pathology. And then after that training, I moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, and it was at July of 2020, and I began employment at the Knox County Regional Forensic Center in July of 2020 as an assistant medical examiner.
What is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology deals with looking at disease processes that occur in the body under a microscope. For example, if you've ever had a loved one that gets a colonoscopy and gets a biopsy taken, they look under the microscope to see if that biopsy is benign or malignant. If anybody has ever had a breast biopsy, that's another example. You look to see if there's breast cancer, benign, or if there's another disease process going on. That's anatomic pathology. It's looking at seeing what's going on with the body underneath a microscope.
What is clinical pathology?
Clinical pathology is relatively similar to anatomic pathology, but think of it as a little differently. Instead of looking at the tissue, you're looking more at the liquid part of the body, and what I mean by that is the blood. When you go get your blood drawn and you get, for example, what's called a complete blood count, a CBC, that's actually ran on machines in a lab, in a hospital. And that machine and the personnel and the workers that run that machine in the laboratory, the medical laboratory is what it's known as, they're overseen, believe it or not, by pathologists as well. And those pathologists run that medical side of the laboratory, and that's all known as clinical pathology. Another example would be if you've ever had a genetic test done, that would also be done under that realm of pathology, clinical pathology.
What is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty within anatomic pathology. I'm not necessarily looking at biopsies of polyps and breast tissue, what I'm doing is looking at the entire body and looking at organs to figure out why individuals died. We not only look at natural deaths, but we look at what we call sudden deaths, which are typically suicides, violent deaths as homicides, and other unexpected deaths.
What does it mean to be board certified?
What it means to be board certified is during certain steps in the training, there is accrediting bodies. For example, in our field, it's the American Board of Pathology. They administer exams, which are really long. They're usually about 1 to 2 days in length. And when you pass that exam, it indicates that you've got what we would call fund of knowledge, that you've got a certain knowledge base to perform your certain tasks. So I'm board certified in what's called anatomic pathology, and I'm also board certified in forensic pathology.
This time we would offer Dr. Rollins as an expert in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
Any objections?
None.
Any other?
Very well, folks, the court will recognize Dr. Rollins as an expert in anatomic and forensic pathology. Once again, that allows him to render his opinion within his area of expertise. Again, just because he renders his opinion, it doesn't mean that you are bound to accept it, but it is your job to judge and wait incredibly to be given to his opinion. So, Joey, may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you prepared the autopsy on Stanley Antonio Friedman Jr.
That is correct.
You could walk us through the autopsy that you did on Mr. Friedman.
As far as would you like me to list individual diagnoses at this time, or just a?
I apologize. Just what did you do when you received his body, and then I think you took photographs,
Correct.
and we've got copies of those photographs here today.
Correct.
And will those photographs assist you in explaining to the jury your findings?
Correct.
If you could, before we get to the photographs, just explain to the jury how you received the body in and what you did before you started out.
So the loose procedure for when an autopsy is performed at the forensic center is we receive the body, usually from either a hospital or what we call a scene. If someone dies at home or in an outside environment, whether it's home or in a parking lot or at a hotel, we at our office have a coordinated team. We have investigators and forensic technicians, and we have the pathologists. The investigators will go up to the scene and get all the information and take photographs at the scene, and then the body is transported to the forensic center. And then after it's transported to the forensic center, we get the information and the circumstances regarding the death, and then typically the next day the autopsy is performed, and that's performed in the autopsy suite with the help of what are called forensic technicians. The forensic technicians help prepare the body. They do, I would say, 99% of the photograph taking. They help take the organs out. They help us as the doctors weigh the organs, and that helps us complete the autopsy. And so that's what occurred in this case, that sequence of events. Mr. Freeman's body came in, the body was in a sealed bag, and on the day of the autopsy, we unsealed that bag, we opened it up, and proceeded to take pictures of the external surface of the body, all of the injuries, and then after I was done looking at the external surface of the body and looking at his injuries, we then proceeded to go into the inside and look at the injuries there. And that's the process with that.
And these photographs are shown. Is it 433? What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph depicting the decedent and an overall state of the front aspect of him. There's a blue box. Underneath that is medical therapy that was done at the hospital. And there's if you can see on the left chest, there's a red circle, and that indicates a defect from one of the gunshot wounds.
You said this blue box represents what now?
That blue box was from medical therapy done in the hospital, and specifically what would happen there is they actually made an incision on that left chest to enter his chest cavity to attempt a maneuver called a cardiac massage in hopes of revitalizing him and resuscitating him.
So you said the injury above the chest, is that an entrance wound or an exit wound?
That is an exit wound.
Is it 434?
This photograph depicts the exit wound on the left chest, and this is a close-up with a label depicted as number 1. The morphology of the wound is how we, as doctors, determine the entrance and exit wound. This wound here is narrow, ovoid, and lacks what we call a prominent abrasion margin, and that characteristic of abrasion margin, which is just a little, basically think of a scrape around on the skin, and that's what indicates a typical entrance. This wound does not have that, and the edges of the wound reproximate very easily, and that's how I interpret this to be an exit wound.
This is 439. What we're looking at in the exhibit 439.
This photograph here depicts several things. This is the posterior, or the back side of the decedent, and there's three things that are predominantly depicted here. There are three defects. The topmost defect is an entrance wound. The defect at the bottom in the middle of the back is an entrance wound, and then the defect, if you're looking at that picture up there, yeah, right there, that is a defect as well, but it's an abrasion consistent with a graze wound, as a bullet abrades the skin. It doesn't actually enter the body, but just skips across the skin, and that's called a graze wound.
Exhibit 440.
These are the same three defects with labels. The labels are helpful in autopsy for us to keep the defects separate. Number 2, that is an entrance wound there on the left aspect of the upper back. Number 3 is an entrance wound in the midline of the back. And then number 4 is the graze wound. This is a close-up of the entrance wound in the left aspect of the upper back. And, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you to explain to the jury how you can tell this is an entrance.
The way, again, we can tell an exit versus an entrance is we're looking at the morphology of the defect, and morphology, again, is just a fancy word of the characteristics of the defect on the skin. This here has a very prominent pink abrasion margin. There's a central defect, and around it is that pink area, and that's what we call an abrasion. And it's very well defined, and that's how I was able to interpret this as being the entrance wound.
442.
This here, there's two things that help me determine that this was an entrance wound. It's not your typical entrance wound with a well-defined abrasion margin. However, when I trace the pathway, the injury pathway is a very short pathway, and there's a fragment of gray metal, which is a fragment of actually fragmented bullet. It was approximately, I think, around 2 inches, and it was just in the subcutaneous muscle. And it doesn't have the classic abrasion margin. It's probably because the bullet was breaking apart. It wasn't striking the skin head on, and so it's tumbling in the air. And that's why the morphology is a little bit atypical. But that's how I was determined that number 3 was an entrance wound. And then number 4, this is a close-up of the graze wound. And the way we can tell that this is an abrasion from a bullet rather than falling on the ground is there's something around the edges of this injury known as skin tags, and that's very characteristic of a gunshot wound. So this is compatible with a graze wound. This picture here depicts an envelope, and on the top of the envelope is a written bullet fragment from mid-back with fabric. This is what we recovered from autopsy from the defect labeled as, I believe it was labeled number 2 in the photographs, and that was the short injury pathway. And from the skin, the muscle underlying the skin, this piece of gray metal fragment was recovered.
Go back and make sure. So that one.
It's the next one. I'm sorry, yep, number 3. It was recovered, and it was associated with this entrance defect.
And so that was going to be the one in the mid-back?
Correct.
And so that's where you recovered the bullet fragment from?
Correct. I recovered it approximately about 2 inches above the defect. So you're right around the top of the label, number 3.
And then 445?
This photograph depicts what we call personal effects, which are belongings that are either on a decedent when they come to the office. They may be in the decedent's pocket, or they may be in like a handbag or a backpack or something like that that comes into our office. And we inventory and label all personal belongings.
So for the record, we'd like to read those number exhibits in as evidence.
Based upon the court's previous ruling that as for 43 through 445, folks, there's a couple that we pulled out of there, so there'll be 3 numbers that you won't have. Don't speculate as to why, just not relevant.
We've got DNA cards, nail clippings, and Isaac and Mr. Robinette. I've got DNA card, nail clippings, and let me show you exhibit 447. This can be the autopsy. This is 447. So when you perform autopsies, do you take DNA cards?
Correct. We typically take at least one DNA card on every decedent. Correct.
And why is that?
It's just to have evidence. It's one of the standard procedures that we do for evidentiary purposes.
And do you recognize exhibit 447?
I do.
What is exhibit 447?
This is the DNA card that was collected at the time of autopsy on Mr. Freeman.
I can have exhibit 447 in his evidence.
Interjection.
None.
447.
You also take nail clippings?
Correct. We take nail clippings on all homicides.
And why is that?
The nail clippings can be sometimes used for evidentiary purposes. If there's a homicide and there was a struggle, sometimes DNA can get underneath the nails, and so we can send those off to a lab, and they can determine whose DNA is there.
Show you exhibit 448. You recognize exhibit 448?
I do.
What is exhibit 448?
It's the nail clippings from Mr. Freeman's right hand.
I can have exhibit 448 in his evidence.
Interjection.
None.
Exhibit 449?
These are the nail clippings from Mr. Freeman's left hand.
Then exhibit 449 in his evidence. What about exhibit 450?
This is the bullet fragment that was recovered from the mid-back.
And exhibit 450 in his evidence.
Any objection?
None.
Be 450 and 448, 449 enter as well.
You prepared a autopsy report as to your findings.
Correct.
And if you could, can you tell us what was your provisional anatomic diagnosis?
Which page are you referring to? I'm sorry.
Front page.
The front page. Can you repeat that question as far as what you'd like me to?
Provisional anatomic diagnosis.
Are you referring to the provisional autopsy report or the final?
I don't have that in front of me. Let's see where you're at.
So did you perform a provisional autopsy report?
We occasionally will issue what's called a preliminary autopsy report. That is correct.
And also a final autopsy report?
And a final. That is correct.
You want to vote? See if you recognize this collective report?
Correct. I do recognize the collective report, the PAD, the provisional, and the final collectively. I do recognize that.
And so if you could, I guess, tell us what your findings were.
Correct. So the findings that I found on Mr. Freeman at the time of autopsy, the first finding was a gunshot wound of the back, a perforating gunshot wound. with the entrance on the left aspect of the upper back. Would you like me to go into details in regards to all the injuries? The injuries with this gunshot wound, this is the lethal gunshot wound. It injured the soft tissue and muscle of the back. It went through and struck the posterior part of the rib cage at the level of the left fourth posterior intercostal space, and then it struck the left lung, the upper lobe of the left lung, that exited the left lung and struck the top part of the heart, specifically on the left side, known as the left atrium. And then after that, the bullet coursed through and struck the anterior part of the rib cage at the level of the left second anterior intercostal space. And then after that, the bullet exited the body. This bullet was associated with bleeding into the space around the left lung, and at autopsy, we measured approximately 250 milliliters of blood in the space surrounding the left lung, and that's the blood in the left pleural space. Again, the exit with this gunshot wound is on the left anterior chest. The second gunshot wound was a penetrating gunshot wound of the back. The entrance was at the midline of the mid-back, and the injuries with that pathway was just the skin and the soft tissue and the muscle of the back, and that I had already discussed was a very short wound pathway, and the bullet basically just went very slightly upward, and we recovered that gray metal fragment that we had shown in the photographs earlier, and that bullet did not exit. And then the last injury that we identified in regards to the gunshot wounds was the abrasion of the left aspect of the mid-back that we had showed a photograph of, and that was consistent with a graze wound.
Showing you Exhibit 446, is this a fair and accurate copy of your provisional autopsy report and your final autopsy report?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to make this introduce this as evidence, Exhibit 446.
Any objection?
None.
446.
Also, collect bodily fluids to test whether or not there were any drugs in Mr. Freeman's system.
Correct.
And why do you do that?
We do that as standard policy on almost all autopsies.
Mr. Freeman have any narcotics in his system?
Of the tested substances, there was nothing identified in his system.
Now, would that include like marijuana?
Correct.
So no evidence of any drug use in the system.
No evidence of drug use whatsoever.
Now, using this mannequin, would you be able to show us on this mannequin the direction and location of the injuries to Mr. Freeman?
Yes.
Your Honor, is it okay for me to step
Yes,
down?
Doctor, would you please wear this lapel microphone?
That's upside down. There we go.
Edge on, and I've got it turned up. Maybe just get it up a little higher, maybe. I'm sorry. It's not the most sensitive microphone.
So the first gunshot wound, the lethal gunshot wound, entered the left aspect, the upper back. And then exited on the left anterior chest. And then the second gunshot wound, which was a very short wound pathway, entered the midline of the mid-back. And it went up very, very briefly. And that was the wound pathway that we recovered a small fragment of bullet. And then the abrasion, the graze wound, was on the left aspect here of the upper back.
So, sir, based. Have you also had a chance to review the photographs of Mr. Freeman's vehicle?
Briefly, I did.
So what I was going to ask you is that recognizing that there was a hole in the driver's seat, would the injury to his back, to the upper back, be consistent with him being sitting up in his driver's seat?
It could be consistent with that, correct?
And then the injury to the lower back, would that be consistent with him leaning over?
Correct. That would be consistent with that positioning.
Did you also have occasion to watch the video of the crash scene?
I did have an opportunity.
And did you see his arm move?
I did. I witnessed the movement of that arm.
So these injuries that Mr. Freeman suffered, would they be fatal immediately?
In this case, they were not fatal immediately.
How long did he survive?
Several seconds, I believe, on the order of a few minutes after the gunshot wound.
After being struck by the gunshot wound, would he still have the ability to drive his vehicle?
Absolutely.
Can you tell us the age of Mr. Freeman?
16.
Cross-examination. Mr. Isaacs?
Good morning,
Good morning.
Dr. Rollins. My name is Gregory Isaacs, and I represent DeAndre Davis. You performed, and you are an assistant medical examiner, correct?
That is correct.
And I think Dr. Darinka Malusnik is the ME for Knox County, correct?
That is correct. She's the chief medical examiner. That is correct.
And you performed an autopsy on February 13, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And as typical in terms of your standard practices and procedures, you compiled 2 reports, correct? A provisional autopsy report and a final autopsy report, correct?
That is correct.
And in both the provisional autopsy report and the final, they contained a narrative summary of circumstances surrounding death, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And explain to the jury what a narrative summary of circumstances surrounding death represents.
The narrative surrounding the circumstances is information that we as a medical examiner receive from our investigators, and that helps put the story together.
Right, and it helps put the story together because your role is to do an anatomical analysis in terms of opining about the cause of death, postmortem interval, correct?
That's correct.
And you have investigators at the Knox County Medical Examiner's Office, correct?
That is correct.
And they investigate and they interact with law enforcement, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that's important as to how you form your opinions, correct?
It can be helpful. We use that as one of the ways to form an opinion, correct?
And in this case, if I could direct you to the provisional autopsy report, and I think they were entered as a collective, correct? 444. On page, can you refer to the...
I actually don't have that in front of me. Can I get a copy of that?
The exhibit, please.
The PA. Thank you.
And unlike the final autopsy report, the provisional autopsy report is not numbered, but if you could turn to what appears to be page 4, and the heading is Narrative Summary of Circumstances Surrounding Death. Tell me when you find that, Dr. Rollins.
I'm sorry, page 4, you said?
I'm counting. There are no page numbers on the bottom of the provisional report, unlike the final. But there's a heading that says Narrative Summary of Circumstances Surrounding Death.
Correct. Now, I don't actually know what you're referring to. The provisional report, my provisional report is just the first 2 pages. What's stapled behind that is in addition. That's the MDI, the Death Investigator Summary, that was also sent out as part of this entire packet. This entire packet has my PAD, the provisional, the MDI narrative, And then after that, it has the final, and then I believe, let me look here, I believe at the end of the final is attached the toxicology. So this entire packet is not the provisional, just the first 2 pages.
Okay. Well, let's turn to page 4, the narrative summary of circumstances surrounding death that is attached to your provisional report. Are you there?
I'm there, yep.
And it's true, is it not, that there was a summary obtained by RFC investigator Erickson from Nurse Sutton and Sergeant Rodney Patton from the Knoxville Police Department, correct?
That's what it appears to be here.
And who is RFC investigator Erickson?
She's an investigator that no longer works at the Regional Forensic Center, but she was one of our medical legal death investigators at that time.
Right, and this narrative summary of circumstances surrounding death also appears in your final autopsy report, correct? It's incorporated.
I believe so.
And let's look at this, and in the provisional report or the investigative report that's attached, it indicates that the decedent was outside with a group of people near the 2800 block of Tarleton Avenue, Knoxville, Tennessee, when witnesses stated multiple gunshots were fired. Do you see that?
Let me refer back to that. Yes, I do see that.
And it says that after multiple gunshots were fired, the decedent reportedly got into his 2003 Honda and fled the scene. You see that?
Yes, I do see that.
And further down on the narrative, you see the third paragraph where it says Sergeant Patton stated no suspect or weapon were located, but multiple casings were found at the shooting incident's location. The casings were noted to be a .40 caliber 9mm and either a .223 or .556 caliber. Additionally, another shooting had occurred at the same location on 2/7/2021, and it was possible some of those cartridges belonged to that prior incident. You're aware of that, correct?
I'm loosely aware of that.
Well,
I don't recall that definitively, so I'm loosely aware of that.
Okay. Let's turn to your final autopsy report that was dated some weeks later, and I believe it was 4/29/2021, correct?
That is correct.
And so at this point, there had been additional forensic medical testing, correct? Toxicology?
Correct. The toxicology report was, I believe, completed by this time. Correct.
Additional investigation, correct?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if we turn to the front page of your final autopsy report, the narrative has remained constant in that Stanley Freeman was reportedly with a group of people on a street when multiple gunshots were fired on 2/12/2021 at around 15:41. It's consistent, but now there's more detail, correct?
Correct.
In fact, it's got a specific time, correct?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, around 15:41, I take it that that's military time.
Oh, that's correct.
And it says that reportedly he left the scene in a vehicle and was eventually involved in a motor accident and being partially ejected. So based on additional investigation, your final autopsy report indicated that Mr. Freeman was shot at the scene, not driving away in his car, correct?
That's not correct. You're making inference there. It says reportedly he left the scene in a vehicle and was eventually involved in a motor vehicle accident. That doesn't mean that more gunshots could have occurred when he was in that car. I'm not saying that he was shot at the scene or in the vehicle. I'm saying that, I'm stating here that he was on the street, multiple gunshots rang out, he got into a car. I don't have any indication in my report whether more gunshots rang out after that, but all I know is he got in a car, and then he was driving, and then the car, I remember it rolled over.
Right.
And, but yeah, I'm not indicating that he was shot at the scene. There's no indication of that.
But both versions in the provisional and the final say there were shots at the scene before Mr. Freeman got in his car, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, that is correct.
And you can't tell whether the injuries were sustained before he got in the car or after he got in the car, correct? Or let me be more precise, you do not have an opinion to a reasonable degree of forensic pathological certainty that the gunshots happened inside the vehicle or outside the vehicle, correct?
Well, so yes and no, and here's what I mean by that. The first gunshot wound, based on the morphology, it's a through and through. The back goes in the back and then exits the left chest. That could have been sustained either in or outside of a vehicle. The second gunshot wound is supportive of occurring in a vehicle or with something what we call an intermediary target. In this instance, it was probably the vehicle. If he was out on the street, if there's an intermediary target, what I'm trying to say is that the second gunshot wound, the bullet had to have gone through something, because what I recovered was a split bullet. It was just a fragment of lead. So that indicates before it hit his body that that bullet went through something else. Now, if he was outside, I don't know, it may have gone through something else. You're right, it could have gone, I don't know what that would have been, but based on the circumstances that we have here, it is consistent with having gone through like a door or a window or some sort of aspect of a vehicle. So on the second gunshot wound, it is consistent of being fired through a vehicle or some sort of secondary object that it hit and then struck him.
So you would agree with me, based on the narrative in the provisional autopsy report and the report basically 5 weeks later, May 29th, the KPD had no idea what happened, correct?
I can't attest to that. I don't give an opinion as to those circumstances. I've got what I've got here in my findings, so I can't answer that.
All right, and can you please refer to your final anatomic diagnoses, and that is in the final that is paginated, page 2 of 7.
Yes.
And there are a lot of details as it relates to the 2 projectiles that entered the body, correct, in terms of measurements, where it happened, organs that were pierced, correct?
That is correct.
But there is also some uncertainty regarding when and how it happened. Would you agree with me that based on your final anatomic diagnoses, in addition to the investigative component of the reports, that the gunshots were shot from an indeterminate distance range of fire? First one, correct?
That is correct. My range of fire is indeterminate / distant range of fire. That is correct.
Could have been a foot, could have been 50 feet, correct?
Most likely not a foot, but I guess it technically could have been if it was shot through a vehicle. That is correct, but yeah.
And that's for the first bullet that entered the posterior aspect of the 5th rib and fractured the anterior aspect of the left 2nd rib. The second bullet, likewise, you indicated in your final anatomic diagnoses that there was an indeterminate distant range of fire.
That is correct. For that gunshot wound, correct.
So, based on both the provisional report, Dr. Rollins, and the final autopsy report, we don't know at what location the shots were fired and struck Mr. Freeman, correct? And when I say location, I'm talking about an area, like what address, etc. We don't know, correct?
That is correct. But based on the information we've got, like I was referring to that second gunshot wound, it is consistent through, going through a vehicle.
And you don't know how far the individual was that pulled the trigger when the projectile was launched, correct? You don't know the distance.
I don't know the distance, that is correct. Based on my analysis of the wound on the skin, I can't give a distance in our forensic pathology categories. I can't do that.
And the only thing that we know for certain is the size of the entrance and in one situation, the exit wound, correct?
Can you repeat that question?
The only thing that we know for certain is the size of the entrance wound, and in one projectile, the size of the exit wound, correct? We know that with specificity.
That is correct.
We know the size of the graze wound to the left shoulder, correct?
That is correct.
And that basically is the universe of knowledge that we have as it related to those projectiles, correct?
I don't understand the question.
That's all you can tell us to a reasonable degree of forensic pathological certainty. You can't tell us how far away Mr. Freeman was when the gun was fired, correct?
That is correct. I can't say that.
And actually, both projectiles went in with an upward deviation, correct?
The second gunshot wound was going more upward than the first, but yeah, both were going slightly upward. That is correct.
Right, I think you said slightly upward. The first one had a slight upward deviation and it tracked from right to left, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further about to Ron's.
Ms. Robinette?
I like the,
You mean direct?
Ms. Brooke? Ms. Brooke, pay attention to the screen, showing you exhibit 120, exhibit 120.
Objection unless Dr. Rollins relied upon this in forming the opinions that are expressed in his report. He was not offered as an expert in the investigation of this case. He was offered as a forensic pathologist.
I'll be glad to sustain your objection if you're willing to redact and have the jury disregard all the questions you asked about his investigation that he did. I mean, you spent most of your cross-examination asking exactly this kind of stuff. So I understand your point, and I'll sustain it, but I also would have to strike all the questions you asked about the investigation.
Well, then with all the utmost respect, I will withdraw that objection.
Very good. You may continue, gentlemen.
Showing you exhibit 120, are you familiar with this vehicle?
I am.
And what do you recognize this vehicle to be?
I believe this is the vehicle that Mr. Freeman is driving.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, your role in this case, was your role out here trying to investigate where Mr. Freeman was when he was shot?
That was not my role.
What is your role in this case?
My role as the forensic pathologist is to give the cause and the manner of death and then document the injuries on the body. In this case, with the gunshot wounds, I attempted to figure out the range of fire, and again, as we've discussed, that it was indeterminate. And then I was also looking for other injuries as far as the abrasion goes, the graze wound of the back.
So your role is not to be here to tell the jury whether or not Mr. Freeman was inside the car or outside the car when he was shot.
That is correct. That is the role of law enforcement and my investigators. That's not my role.
And so showing you exhibit 121, again, you recognize this as Mr. Freeman's vehicle.
I do.
Exhibit 122. Exhibit 123. Do you see that bullet there?
I do.
Could this bullet have been one of the bullets? Could that bullet have caused that hole in the top of Mr. Freeman's back?
Potentially, yes.
Why do you say that?
It's a fully jacketed bullet, and that it would be consistent with the injuries I identified at autopsies.
And so if this bullet, if the jury has heard testimony that this bullet was recovered from this area of the car, would that be consistent with Mr. Freeman being seated in the driver's seat with his back against the seat, the bullet striking the seat, traveling through his back, and resting in the door jamb?
Jack, a compound question.
Well, I think she's asking, she's talking about one action that had multiple effects on it. So I get your point, Mr. Isaacs, but I think the question's not compound, just the actions are compound. So you may answer.
Do I need to say that again?
Yes, can you repeat the question?
So, the injury to Mr. Freeman's upper back, the injury that he suffered where the bullet hole entered the back and exited the chest, based upon the photographs here, would that be consistent with Mr. Freeman being seated in the driver's seat? Sorry. Being seated in the driver's seat. Being seated in the driver's seat with his back against the seat, the bullet entering the back seat, exiting the front seat, entering his back, exiting his chest, and coming to rest in this area here in the door.
It could be consistent with that.
And now, if there is not a hole to the bottom seat where he suffered the injury wound in the bottom of his back, would it be consistent with Mr. Freeman's body having been turned and one of these mini bullets that entered the passenger side of his vehicle striking his back?
Yes, it could be consistent with that.
And so in order to determine where Mr. Freeman was when he suffered these injuries, do we have to take all of the evidence together?
That is correct.
And as far as the narrative that you received from your investigators or from KPD, that was just a narrative that was received?
That is correct.
You're not here telling us that that narrative is accurate.
That is correct.
And whether the narrative is accurate or not, does that have an impact?
Object to leading, Your Honor.
Sustain.
The veracity of that narrative, does that impact your findings in the autopsy?
And no, it does not.
What impacts your findings of the autopsy?
As far as not necessarily impacts my findings, but my findings would impact the story, and that's the gunshot wounds here that I found, and so that tells what happened to him.
The bullet wounds that Mr. Freeman suffered, does that have, whatever narrative you received, does that have any impact at all about you determining where those bullet wounds entered and exited Mr. Freeman's body?
It does not.
Thank you.
Read a record, Jonathan.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Robinette. Thank you, Doc. Have a good afternoon.
Appreciate
If you could just give us the exhibit back there.
it.
All right, further proof from the state?
Yeah, at this time, the state of Tennessee please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state has now rested its case in chief. That does not necessarily mean that you've heard all the evidence that will be presented to decide this case. The defendants have no burden of proof in this case, but they are given an opportunity to present evidence to witnesses and exhibits. We will do that after lunch if they wish to do so. If they choose not to present any evidence, then we will go into closing arguments. But we're not there yet, so please, once again, do not discuss this case among yourselves. You can leave your notebooks in the chairs and go with the officers for lunch. It'll probably be a little bit longer lunch today, probably more about like 1:30 when I see you again. So have a good lunch, folks, and go with Officer Thompson. Evan, you may be seated. All right, do we have a motion from the defense?
Your Honor, at this time, we would make a motion pursuant to Rule 29 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure that the state has not met their burden as to each element of the offenses charged. I do have some case law, if I could present it to the court.
All right.
And here's some copies for you all. Your Honor, I'd like to go backwards, if possible, in this case. We're faced with a 3-count indictment against Mr. Davis. The 3rd count alleges aggravated child abuse, so I'd like to start there. Your Honor, the elements of the offense here require that the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treated a child in a manner as to inflict injury, and that serious bodily injury resulted, or that a deadly weapon was used in the commission of the offense. Your Honor, I believe here that there has been no proof in this case that would satisfy the mens rea element as to this count of the indictment. I passed up State versus Hansen, which for the record is 279 Southwest 3rd, 265, and State versus Ducker, which is 27 Southwest 3rd, 889. Your Honor, in each of these cases, the court addressed the mens rea element required to establish aggravated child abuse. And in each of those cases, the Tennessee Supreme Court has talked about the fact that aggravated child abuse is a nature of conduct offense rather than a result of conduct offense. So here, it's our position that that would require proof that the defendant knowingly treated a child in a manner as to inflict injury. So the knowingly has to apply to the acts and the intent, not to the result of the conduct. So here, I don't believe that there's any proof in the record that would support, even under the theory most favorable to the state, that that was present in this case. There's been no evidence that anyone was aware that Mr. Freeman was in the car, that the defendants were aware that that was the individual that was there. I think we've heard some proof that the state would maybe try to argue that the act was in response to the initial Honda that we had seen on the screen. However, the proof has indicated that that was during school hours, and there's no proof to indicate the defendants would have known a minor was in that car. So even, I believe, under a theory of transferred intent in that aspect, there is not proof that anyone would have had knowledge a minor was in the car or would have had the intent to treat a minor in such a way as to inflict injury. And I don't know if the court had any specific issues it wanted to address on this count before I move forward.
So you're saying the mens rea of knowingly applies to the fact that the victim was under 18?
I think you have to have knowledge. You have to have knowledge, and you have to have the intent to treat a child. So if you look at this case law, it specifically talks about how the knowingly modifies treatment of the child, not the result, not what ultimately occurred, but what they were trying to do. And I think each of these cases support that position. And I think that that is going to also dovetail into the second count of the indictment, because the second count of this indictment is pursued as a felony murder in the perpetration of aggravated child abuse. So here, the state would still have to establish an unlawful killing of the victim in perpetration of the aggravated child abuse, but the third requirement is that the defendant intended to commit the underlying offense. So they would require proof here that the defendants intended to commit child abuse, and in the course of that, there was a death. Again, I think that the proof is lacking. I don't think we've heard really or seen any proof about intent as to Mr. Freeman or specifically as to that Honda, or any proof that that would have involved a minor either. And I think I said this before, but the initial video was still during school hours too, which I think also undercuts that theory. Finally, when we're looking to the first count of the indictment, it's charged as first-degree premeditated murder. So the court is aware that that's an unlawful killing. They need a showing that the defendant acted intentionally and that that killing was premeditated. So we know that premeditation requires the exercise of both reflection and judgment. And that also the premeditation has to be formed, even briefly, but it must be formed prior to the act itself. So, I think really the only proof we've seen as close as we can get to what actually happened at the time of the shooting, again, is going back to that video here. So, we see the initial video, we see cars in front of Austin East. The time span, as the court has seen, between when the first car turns onto Tarleton and when the second car follows is a span of maybe 30 seconds between when those cars turn and when a shooting occurs. So it's our position that there's not been any proof introduced directly as to either defendant as to premeditation related to either transferred intent, if the state's theory is that the initial Honda was at issue, or as to Mr. Stanley Freeman specifically. So, and I think that the fact that there was such a brief time between when those cars were together and when the shooting occurred, that there's not the ability to form premeditation in that brief span based on what the state's theory is. So, you know, the court also heard that just as we turn onto Tarleton, the casings are at the very beginning of the street there. That section of the intersection is less than 500 feet. So we're talking about seconds. And again, I think circling back to the age of the defendants at the time is going to be relevant to the formation of premeditation and intent as well. Let's see. Oh, and additionally, I think that in the initial video, if the state's theory is that this initial encounter with the Honda, the unrelated Honda, is a part of the potentially the transferred intent, I think the fact that the blue car turns off of the screen and that the Honda turns around and does not pursue them undercuts this theory. You know, we've heard that there's an altercation, but there's no shooting, there's no speeding off, there's no actual pursuit happening. So I think the fact that there's 8 minutes in between undercuts that argument as well. So I don't believe that there's proof of premeditation. I think that the court has the ability here to, even under the evidence most favorable to the state, dismiss or let the lesser included offense of second-degree murder go to the jury rather than first-degree premeditated murder. And we would ask the court to dismiss counts 2 and 3 of the indictment.
Thank you. Mr. Robinette?
Ms. Mathis did a great job putting the point together. I just want to add one thing. I don't believe that the act of child abuse is a strict liability kind of issue. It has the element of knowingly in there. It's not similar to the statutory rape of a child. No, where they don't have to prove that where the state doesn't have to prove that the person knew that was a person, a minor. So in this case, I believe the state has to prove that Mr. Jordan, Mr. Davis knew a minor was in that vehicle because of the element of knowingly in that matter. And that will also goes to the second count, because if there's no aggravated child abuse, then the felony murder will fall, Your Honor. And the first count is the premeditation. Like Ms. Mathis' argument, and there was no evidence of deliberation in there. You know, there's no evidence to show that anybody at the time of the shooting planned anything or got out of the vehicle. There's no proof. And the fact that I don't think the state even made its burden to put Mr. Jordan at the scene of the crime, Your Honor, and you heard testimony from Jeremy Hines. They rely on that testimony. And Mr. Hines said Mr. Jordan was not there that day. So therefore, Your Honor, based on that, I ask that all counts be dismissed against Mr. Jordan in this case.
Thank you. General?
Seeing that the defense started backwards, I'm going to follow the same path. With regards to these cases, I think the suggestion that there was no mens rea with regards to their actions circling around a senior high school ignores the fact that the majority, if not the vast majority of the people that are coming out of that building are minors. So to suggest that the state has not provided any proof that the defendants had the mens rea or knowledge with regards to the occupation of those vehicles being a minor, I think ignores the fact of the context of where this particular event took place. And with regards to the premeditation aspect of this particular case, once again, that has to ignore the fact that we have voluminous records that present these two defendants posing with their weapons before and after. And having been found with numerous rounds of ammunition at their residence and the electronic information indicating the desire to acquire ammunition before, certainly is sufficient to suggest to the jury that these acts were premeditated for the purposes of the first-degree murder. So the state believes that there is more than sufficient information for these 3 counts to go to the jury for their consideration of this particular case.
All right, thank you, sir. So when the court examines a motion under Rule 29 for judgment of acquittal, the court has to look at the evidence in light most favorable to the state and draw any reasonable inferences from that evidence in favor of the state's theory. And if a reasonable juror, after doing so, could not find sufficient evidence to find the defendants guilty, then the court itself would enter a judgment of acquittal on that count and any lesser included offenses that could not be supported from the evidence. So at this point, the court looks at all the evidence we've heard in a favorable light to the state. And so I'm going to start from the beginning with count number 1. I certainly believe that the state has met its burden of proof to show sufficient evidence of premeditation. As we've all said many times, premeditation can occur in an instant. I don't think you have to go back and look to when they're arming themselves the day before and going to the school with weapons in their car. I think you can look at what happened when Mr. Freeman unfortunately crossed their paths and they opened fire multiple times into this vehicle, causing the death of Mr. Freeman. That is not a spur of the moment reaction where you just shoot one time and it appears that the bullets are following along a passing car. We have bullets in the front, then the side, and then in the rear as it's going. So this is certainly, I believe, sufficient evidence to show somebody was attempting to kill the driver of that vehicle. We have litigated already on whether or not a juvenile can be guilty of committing child abuse, and I ruled on that in writing, I believe. The statute says a person who treats a child under the age of 18 in such a manner as to cause injury is guilty of that. And a person is anyone, depending upon the statute. Some statute includes a person before birth, but certainly anybody after birth would be considered as a person for purposes of this statute. Therefore, the court found that someone under the age of 18 can also be guilty of child abuse. The argument that the defense are both making in counts 2 and 3 is that the state has failed to show that they knew that the person that they were allegedly abusing by shooting was in fact under the age of 18. It's an interesting question. If you look at a number of the statutes that we have, the intentional and knowing can refer to one element of the offense, but not all of those. So it could be that the knowing requirement is that you're knowingly abusing a child, and you can be reckless as to whether or not they're 18 or younger. I don't know that that's the case here. I'm going to look at it as if every element has to be shown through a knowing mens rea. And so when you look at what does knowingly mean, it means that you're aware that circumstances exist. And so what we have here is we have a number of juveniles in a vehicle around a number of juveniles after school, where a lot of juveniles are leaving the school. And you have Mr. Freeman, who was only 16 at the time. The autopsy pictures certainly look to me like somebody less than 16 years of age, certainly under 18 years of age. And you have entrance wounds into the car as the car appears, the car approaching, where the person would be looking right at the person coming at them. And so I certainly think under Rule 29 there's sufficient evidence to show that whoever did this knew that the person in that car was under the age of 18, even if they were wrong about who they thought they were shooting at. And so I think it's sufficient in counts 2 and 3 to get it to the jury. I'm not saying the jury's going to find that that's true, and certainly the defense has a good argument to the jury about those, and them decide, though, if it is proved beyond reasonable doubt. But I think for purpose of Rule 29, it is sufficient, so I'm going to deny the defense motion on that. Has the state filed? I guess not, since their juveniles no 609, right?
Yes.
All right, so what I want to do before we break for lunch is have a moment hearing, and what that is, folks, is your lawyers are going to ask you a couple questions on the record just to know that the decision on whether or not you're going to testify in this case will be completely up to you. So I'm going to swear you in. You're just going to remain seated right there at the table. Your lawyer's going to ask you a few questions. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Davis. You please raise your right hand. Other one. There you go. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, Ms. Mathis.
Mr. Davis, I've represented you since summer of last year, is that correct? And I've met with you on a number of occasions to talk to you about your case, correct? And have we reviewed some of the discovery in your case? And we've talked about what we expected to happen in the trial of this case. And we've discussed strategies for our defense, correct? And you've been present throughout this case, correct? You've seen the truth. And we've talked about your right to testify in this case. And we've talked about the fact that you have a right not to testify in this case. And I've advised you as to my opinion that you understand that the decision is yours if you do or do not testify in this case. And have you decided if you would like to testify in this case? Would you like to testify in this case?
And you do know, sir, if you wish to, that you certainly could. You understand that? Okay. And so what's going to happen after lunch, if there's proof, we'll hear that. At the point your lawyer says the defense rests on behalf of Mr. Davis, at that point you can't change your mind, okay? But you can change your mind all the way up until then, all right? Okay. So, Mr. Jordan, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the answers you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, Ms. Robinette.
State your name for the record. Mr. Jordan, I have represented you before June of 2022 in a bond hearing, you know, and I represent you throughout this entire process, you know. And did I provide with all the discovery in your case? And did we meet on numerous occasions to discuss the discovery in your case? Was I able to answer any questions that you had? And did we discuss the trial that we were about to go into? And did I discuss with you the strength and the weaknesses of your case? And did I discuss with you the right to testify? And did I discuss with you the right that you don't have to testify? And based on, and you were here throughout the trial of this case, were you not? And you observed everything that had happened, you know? And during the trial, was I able to answer any questions that you had? And do you understand that you have the right to testify when you tell your side of the story? And based on the decision that we have discussed, what do you wish to do? Now, did anybody or anyone or me promise you anything in exchange for you to waive your right to testify?
Very good. And same thing, Mr. Jordan. You can change your mind all the way up to the point that your lawyer says the defense rests. You understand that, sir? Okay. Does the defense, either side, anticipate defense proof after lunch?
Look backward, Your Honor, but I can't have one witness.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I sent you, did you all receive my first draft of the instructions last night?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I haven't really made any significant changes. I did add identity today, that the state has to prove identity, and I added a redaction instruction to tell them don't speculate on any redactions, and that there may be missing exhibit numbers, but don't speculate on that. Is there anything else that y'all saw that you think I need to add that I left out?
Was there a 404B instruction there?
I did, and I thought about it, but I wasn't sure what specifically we were talking about, because I kept out the gang stuff. So
I
what?
didn't know about the gun possession.
Yeah, y'all want me to do a 404B instruction on the gang? It's 4210 is where it is in the TPI on the gun, because they're juveniles.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Also, Your Honor,
it's there, it's at the very end. It's, if it's not on the last page, it's the second to last page.
You know, also for this, circumstantial evidence, we would.
Talk about the,
I'm sorry.
the one, the definition of circumstantial, or you?
I'm sorry. Criminal responsibility.
Yeah, all right.
We would ask for, looks like there's a couple of paragraphs that were not included.
No, I left out.
Well, I mean, we don't always include them.
Yeah.
And so it is, paragraph, to find the defendant criminally responsible for the acts of another, it's not necessary for you to find that the defendant was present or that the defendant took a physical part in the crime. I don't know if it may have been in there, I guess I just,
No, I guess I did. I remember seeing it, and I guess I took it out. Yeah, okay.
and then also, Your Honor, the last paragraph, it is not a defense that the person for whose conduct the defendant is criminally responsible, I would say, has not been prosecuted.
Because you're thinking there may be more than two people in there.
I anticipate that being the argument. And also, I think General Dillon pointed out Dr. Rollins as an expert.
Yeah, I didn't get that. All right. Ms. Mathis, what do you think? Anything else I need to add or not?
Your Honor, is there any, just thinking about the Germany Hines testimony, is there any special way that we need to instruct regarding an he's not a missing witness, but he is I don't know if there is, I should have looked, and I apologize, I didn't, if there's any special treatment we needed to give to that.
That's a good question. The only thing that I know of, and I'll look again at lunch, the only thing that I know of is there's a section where you're looking at credibility of witnesses and impeachment and all that. It's usually dealing with impeachment with a prior inconsistent statement. And I'm trying to find it here. What happened is I made those changes last night, folks, and I saved it in my house, and the server wasn't working, and so I lost all the things that I sent you. I no longer have. So I'm trying to find it here. So I don't know what page it is for you guys. I don't know what page it is. So did I add identity? I told you that. Oh, here it is. Okay, so there's a paragraph that says a witness may be impeached by proving that he or she has made some material statements out of court which are variance with his or her evidence on the witness stand. However, unless entered as a numbered exhibit by the court and allowed to be taken by you back to the jury room when you deliberate, proof of such prior inconsistent statement may not be considered to you for truth of matter asserted in this statement. So that's why I put that in there for that. I'm not aware of any. There may be something. I'll check that out during lunch, Ms. Mathis, and see. If not, I can try to structure something.
Well, and I should have looked, I've never had that, it's just not in my standard
Yeah,
stuff.
I think I've had it before, but I just don't remember. I'll look. If I don't find one, maybe I'll structure something and submit it to you all after lunch. Anything else you can think of?
Not right now, Your Honor.
Right. All right, I'll work on that during lunch. So it's 12:42, so we'll break till 1:30 and hear defense proof. And as far as who wants to go first, I don't care. Y'all can work that out among yourselves, okay? Gordon. instruction regarding, oh, one other thing I did too is I went back and I made sure that the mens rea of knowingly is specifically defined under each one since it's different. I just had a general definition other than the first count. I took it out of the definition section. I put the specific definition for knowingly under each count, just so to make that a little clearer. And I also created, there is no unavailability of a witness instruction, so I created one. And it's down near where the other instructions for witnesses are, and if I can find it here, I'll show it to you. So I said testimony of Germany Hines was introduced through an audio recording. You are to consider this testimony under the same rules in which you consider the testimony of all other witnesses. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yep, state.
All right, so I'll give y'all another opportunity before I read the instructions to comment on that. I have modified the order in which I do this now. I do most of the instructions before closing. That lets the jury sort of hear what the law is first, and it also gives y'all another 45 minutes to think about what you're going to say. So what we'll do is we'll finish the proof. I'll take a recess, go over the final instructions with you, bring the jury back in. I'll do almost all of the instructions, which will take about 45 minutes. Then I'll take another break, and then we'll do closing. And then after the closings, there's just a few paragraphs that I have at the end. So that's the way I've started doing it recently. I kind of like it better that way. So is the state ready to resume?
State's ready.
Ms. Mathis, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinette?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did y'all decide who's going to go first?
Well, Your Honor, I need to speak with my client.
Yeah.
About something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Your Honor, for the record, the state would object to any hearsay statements sought to be introduced through a witness.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to take it. So let's talk about instructions again. So if y'all will please turn your attention to the screen. Tanya, can you ask Ms. Judy to step in, please? All right, folks. so let's go over our, Kevin, you can have a sit down. So the proposed instructions, the introduction is the same in virtually every one of these first few paragraphs. This is where it changes a little bit. You should give separate consideration to each defendant. Each is entitled to have his case decided. We're doing final jury instructions, Mr. Collins. Thank you for checking in. We might be making some changes.
Oh.
Thank you. Each is entitled to have his case decided on the evidence liable to that particular defendant. If the court specifically limited any evidence to a particular defendant, you should not consider that evidence as the other defendant. I do not think I've done that, so I would suggest we get rid of that last sentence. Is any objection to that?
No objection.
Usually,
404B findings?
no, it's later. This is usually when you have a statement that's being introduced against one defendant but not the other. So it doesn't really apply in this case. I mean, I don't think it hurts to leave it in there, but it could be a little misleading to the juries that are figuring out, well, what was only applied to one and not the other.
Well,
So,
I would, sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
I would prefer to use that.
You want to leave it in? Alright. You can acquit both, or convict both, or you can acquit one and convict the other. And then, this is pretty important right here. Whenever the singular word is used in these instructions, it may be taken equally to mean the plural. The word defendant is used in these instructions applies equally to each defendant in this case, except that you may be otherwise instructed. And so I noticed in the draft that I sent y'all, I kind of went back and forth between singular and defendants. So I've made it all singular now, so this instruction is pretty important. So that takes us to the first count. This is the pattern instruction for first degree premeditated murder with the definition of premeditation. This instruction here, unanimous find defendant not guilty of this offense. In count one, you will then proceed to determine whether or not the defendant is guilty of any lesser included offense for count one. Lesser included offenses for count one are the same as lesser included offenses for count two and are listed after count two below. And so I put that paragraph in there because I didn't want it to seem like there's not any lessers for count one because we're going to go straight into count two. But since they're the same for both, I didn't want to list it 2 times and make this, you know, a 100-page instruction. So does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
So then we have count two, felony murder. This is the pattern instruction for felony murder in the perpetration of the attempt, perpetration or the attempt to perpetrate aggravated child abuse. So I tell the jury that aggravated child abuse is defined for them under count 3. They'll refer to those instructions here, and that we put in the definition of attempt there. And so that's the charge.
Is
And
attempt optional?
they put it in the indictment. So I just tracked the language of the indictment. They said in the perpetration or the attempt to perpetrate aggravated child abuse.
Okay.
And this instruction is all about felony murder stuff. And then I put intentionally, because this is intentionally for felony murder. And that's why I said for this offense. Now here are the lessers we've got. Since we have multiple defendants here, we have facilitation of first degree felony murder and or first degree murder, and it could be premeditated or felony murder. Facilitation of felony murder is a very odd concept, but you actually can have it. And so the definition is the same for facilitation of felony. This is page 7. You'll see this referred to a lot during these instructions. And then I also have defined knowingly for facilitation of felony and intentionally for facilitation of felony because, again, it's different. The next lesser is second degree murder with the definition for knowingly for second degree murder and intentionally for second degree murder. And then we have facilitation of second degree murder where we refer them back to page 7 and they substitute second degree murder as the offense being facilitated. We do not have voluntary manslaughter in this case. There's not sufficient evidence to show that Mr. Freeman did anything provocative. Therefore, I have not included it as a lesser included offense. Does either defense wish to object to that and ask that I include it?
I would ask that you include it based on the video and the state's theory that there might have been an altercation 8 minutes previous.
What do you say, Mr. Romney?
I agree to the other.
Over the defense request, the court is going to keep that So the next lesson is reckless homicide. Definition of recklessly for homicide is different, so I put it specifically there. And then, of course, we have facilitation, reckless homicide, and criminally negligent homicide with criminal negligence defined. And believe it or not, you can actually have facilitation and criminally negligent homicide, so put it in there as well. So that's the first and second counts with any lesser included. Any additional objections or requests from either side?
From the state.
Anybody else good? Okay. So we turn next to aggravated child abuse. This is the pattern instruction for aggravated child abuse. Again, I put knowingly definition in here, as Ms. Mathis astutely pointed out. It's not a result of conduct, it's nature of the conduct. So I put that in there as nature of the conduct with this intentionally actually is the one from aggravated child abuse as well too. So I put that in there. And then we have facilitation, of course. You go back to page 7. Aggravated assault is next, which they could find. And then facilitation of aggravated assault. Then reckless aggravated assault with its own reckless definition. Then facilitation, reckless aggravated assault. Reckless endangerment. There is no facilitation, reckless endangerment, because that's actually misdemeanor version. And then lastly is child abuse, which is also misdemeanor. So any
Robert,
questions?
would you mind scrolling
Yeah.
back up to child abuse just briefly?
This one.
And I'm just looking because it has been a moment since I looked at it, but I seem to recall that the child abuse statute, child abuse specifically versus child aggravated, had a different actual definitions for some of the mens rea, and I just wanted to make sure that
For knowingly.
we're tracking, and it may be the neglect section, but I just want to double
I
check.
know there's something
There is
in
a
there.
separate definition, and just before we finalize, want to
Let
make
me
sure.
look. It's 21 something.
So I don't think, well, and I'm not sure if the pattern even reflects it, so that's, I wanted to make sure on the statute as well. I have it.
2102, I think.
And I may be thinking of the neglect subsection.
Yeah. Are you looking at knowingly? Is that the question? Or injury?
I think it was knowingly, yeah, it was specifically the mens rea element.
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay.
It's still a nature of the conduct.
Okay.
All right. Next, order consideration, that goes in all these. Here's the only definitions that are not mens rea. Put those there. Criminal responsibility for conduct of another, we've already talked about that. I did that, the 2 paragraphs the state requested. I think those were appropriate. Redactions, exhibits. This exhibit's one that I just created. It's actually not a pattern one, but
Your Honor, were those added, just those added paragraphs requested by the state, those were pattern?
they are exactly word for word from the pattern.
Okay.
I'll show you where they are.
Well, I remember us talking about it, I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure those are in the pattern.
No, I just cut and pasted out of the pattern. And then, now, redactions is one that I created. It is a pattern now, but I created it a couple years ago, and I modified it a little bit just to add images to it because we had the boxes that have blocked out some images. And then exhibits is not a pattern. I just created that because we've had some holes in our numbers. And then this is what Mr. Isaacs was talking about, the 44B. It's actually 4210, which is the pattern. So what I've said is, if from the proof you find the defendant has committed a crime other than that for which he's on trial, you may not consider such evidence to prove his disposition to commit such as that on trial. The evidence may only be considered by you for the purpose of determining whether it provides the defendant's identity. That is, such evidence may be considered by you if it tends to establish the defendant's identity in the case on trial, or B, the defendant's intent. That is, such evidence may be considered by you if it tends to establish the defendant actually intended to commit the crime which is presently charged. Such evidence of other crimes is considered by you for any purpose must not be considered for any purpose other than that specific state. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Next is identity. This is going to be the pattern instruction. I have submitted it to the publishers to change it, but this is actually not the pattern right now. The identity instruction, the pattern, the way it has existed for the last 20 years, just talks about identification testimony. But just slight modifications. Everybody okay with that? Yes?
Yes, Ron?
Sure.
Expert witness, this is the pattern instructions. The rest of this is all pattern, folks. I haven't really monkeyed with it at all. Presumption of innocence, don't pay any attention to things I say. Reasonable doubt definition. Then we have taking notes. Credibility of witnesses, how you determine who you believe. And then I have put in the defendants haven't taken the stand and testify, but no presumption can be taken from that. And then I've shown you the testimony of Attorney Hines instruction. Then we have the direct and circumstantial. That's what Mr. Robinette was asking about. So it's here kind of near the end. And so this is where I stop, folks. I'll stop right here, and then I'll let y'all do your closing arguments. I'll probably take a break because it takes a long time for me reading this stuff. And then we do unanimous verdict. This is basically what we call the dynamite charge. Tells them, stick to your guns, but listen to what the other jurors have to say. Unanimous verdict, and then that's it. Then the verdict forms are just straight down the line, and I'll go over these with the jurors too. The only thing that's missing is voluntary manslaughter, which the defense has requested, but the court has declined to. So, General, one last shot. Anything you object to or think I should put in there?
No, sir.
Ms. Mattis?
Your Honor, can you scroll back up to the presumption section really
Yeah.
quickly? I assume it's pattern, it just looked a little shorter than I recall. Sure.
It's actually a little bit longer.
Is it, okay.
It's the same one that I've used 300 plus times, but it's mostly the pattern. I'll show you what I've added.
Sure.
I added it. Actually, I didn't add it. Richard Baumgartner added it, and I just liked it, so I kept it. Here it is. So reasonable doubt is that created by investigation of all the proof of the case and inability of such investigation to let the minor see the discerning guilt. Reasonable doubt is doubt based upon reason, common sense, have careful proper consideration of all the evidence. Absolute certain guilt is not demanded by law, but moral certainty is required. And so this is what Richard added. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasoned by examination of all this case. That was not in the pattern. I've always liked it, so I've always left it in there. But everything else is pattern on that.
I was actually talking about the presumption of innocence, just
Oh, I'm
that,
sorry.
Your Honor. No, that's okay.
Yeah, that is pattern.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Good.
Yes.
Anything else, Ms. Robinette?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Judy, you can go ahead and start making copies. While you're doing that, I'm going to do the first part of the instructions for the jury. Okay? All right, Mr. Thompson, you can bring it through here. Oh, yeah, when you may be seated, this is State Bank College jury.
Stay away from
Ms. Mathis, you want to come? Ms. Robinette. Welcome back, folks. Hope you had a good lunch. We're ready now to resume our trial. As I told you before we broke for lunch, the state had completed its case in chief. The defendants, again, do not have any burden of proof, but they are given an opportunity to present evidence to witnesses and exhibits. So this is their opportunity. Ms. Mathis, do you wish to present any evidence on behalf of Mr. Davis?
No, Your Honor. Defense rests.
Thank you. Mr. Robinette, do you wish to present any evidence on behalf of Mr. Jordan?
No, Your Honor. Defense rests.
Thank you, sir. That means, folks, you have heard all the evidence that will be decided, presented to you to decide this case. The next part of the trial is the presentation of the legal instructions. Now, the legal instructions I'm going to give you in this case will be contained in writing, and they'll be in a booklet that you will have with you during your deliberations. So don't feel like you have to memorize everything I'm getting ready to read to you, because there's quite a bit on here. So what's going to happen is I'm going to read through most of these instructions, then we'll take a break, because I'm going to probably put half of you to sleep as I read to you over the next 40 minutes or so. We'll take a break, and then you'll hear the arguments from the attorneys. Once you hear their arguments, I will give you my final instructions, and then you'll begin deliberation. So I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to the board one last time. Also single out one or more of them to the exclusion of others, but should consider each one in the light of and in harmony with the others. The indictment is a formal written accusation charging the defendants with a crime. It is not evidence against the defendants and does not create any inference of guilt. The defendants, DeAndre Davis and Rashawn Jordan, are charged in indictments number 121660 and 121661 respectively, with the offenses of first-degree murder, felony murder, and aggravated child abuse. To these offenses, they have entered pleas of not guilty. There are 3 counts in this indictment for you to consider. The crime charged in each count of the indictment is a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each charge separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it. The defendants may be found guilty or not guilty of any or all of the offenses charged. Your findings of each crime charge must be stated in your verdict. And I realize, folks, looking at this on this Word document, Mr. Jordan's first name is underlined. That's because I failed to do a spell check. So that won't be in your final written instructions you'll have with you, but pay no attention to that. That's just something that Microsoft Word has put in there. You should give separate consideration to each defendant. Each is entitled to have his case decided on the evidence and law which is applicable to that particular defendant. If the court specifically limited any evidence to a particular defendant, you should not consider that evidence as the other defendant. You can acquit both defendants or convict both defendants, or you can acquit one and convict the other. If you cannot agree upon a verdict as to both defendants, but do agree upon a verdict as to one of them, you must render a verdict as to the one upon which you agree. Whenever the singular of a word is used in these instructions, it may be taken equally to mean the plural. The word defendant, as used in these instructions, applies equally to each defendant in this case, except as you may be otherwise instructed. The elements of each offense the state is required to prove are as follows. So we're going to start with the first count, folks. It's right here on page 3 of your instructions, and it says this: first count, first-degree murder. Any person who commits the offense of first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant, or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible, unlawfully killed Stanley Freeman. And 2, that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally for this offense when it is a person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. A defendant's conscious objective need not be to kill a specific victim. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to cause the result, the death of a person, and that he did so with premeditation, then the killing of another, even if not the intended victim, would be first-degree murder. And third element is that the killing was premeditated. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exists in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time he allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. If unanimously find the defendant not guilty of this offense in count 1, you will then proceed to determine whether or not the defendant is guilty of any lesser included offense for count 1. The lesser included offenses for count 1 are the same as the lesser included offenses for count 2 and are listed after count 2 below. So we will now turn to count 2. It's called felony murder. Any person who commits felony murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible unlawfully killed Stanley Freeman. And 2, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate aggravated child abuse. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged aggravated child abuse and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event. And 3, that the defendant intended to commit the alleged aggravated child abuse. The elements necessary to constitute aggravated child abuse are listed below under count 3. You will refer to those elements here. The elements necessary to sorry, a little too far. The elements necessary to constitute attempted aggravated child abuse are, 1, that the defendant intended to commit the specific offense of aggravated child abuse, and 2, that the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of aggravated child abuse to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. All right, this next couple of instructions have to do with felony murder. The intent to commit the underlying felony, in this case, that underlying felony is aggravated child abuse, must exist prior to or concurrent with the commission of the act causing the death of the victim. Proof that such intent to commit the underlying felony existed before or concurrent with the act of killing is a question of fact to be decided by the jury after consideration of all the facts and circumstances. Consideration of such factors as time, place, and causation is helpful in determining whether killing was committed in the perpetration of the alleged aggravated child abuse. The killing may precede, coincide with, or follow the aggravated child abuse and still be considered as occurring in the perpetration of the aggravated child abuse, so long as there is a connection in time, place, and continuity of action. When one enters into a scheme with another to commit an aggravated child abuse and death ensues, both defendants are responsible for the death, regardless of who actually committed the killing and whether the killing was specifically contemplated by the other. Intentionally for this offense means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to the results of the conduct when it's a person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause a result. Next, we will turn to the lesser included offenses for counts 1 and 2. This is first one is facilitation of first-degree murder or facilitation of felony murder. If you have a reasonable doubt as offense guilt of first-degree murder as charged in the first count and or felony murder as charged in the second count, then your verdict must be not guilty as to that offense or offenses, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of facilitation of first-degree murder or facilitation of felony murder, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation of a felony is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. So these next elements are the definition of facilitation of a felony. And you're going to find this on page 7. And here, as we go through these instructions on lesser included offenses, we're going to refer back to this instruction multiple times. So this is what I'm talking about when I talk about facilitation of a felony. It means, 1, that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit the specific felony of, as the count 1 would be first-degree murder and as the count 2 felony murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense, and 2, that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of the felony, and 3, that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. The elements necessary to constitute first-degree murder and felony murder have been defined for you above. You'll refer to those instructions here. Knowingly for facilitation of a felony means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to the results of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause a result. The requirement of knowingly is also established to show that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally for facilitation of a felony means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to results of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The next lesson included is second-degree murder. If you have a reasonable doubt as to defendant's guilt of facilitation of first-degree murder and or facilitation of felony murder, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of this offense or offenses, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed Stanley Freeman, and 2, that the defendant acted knowingly. Knowingly for this offense means that a person acts with an awareness that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established to show that the defendant acted intentionally. And intentionally for this offense has been defined for you above under first-degree murder. Again, a defendant's conscious objective need not be to kill a specific victim. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant intended to cause the result, the death of a person, then the killing of another If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of this offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of facilitation of second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation of a felony is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements, the essential elements of facilitation of a felony listed on page 7. You refer to those instructions here and insert the offense of second-degree murder as the offense being facilitated. So if you get down to where you're actually considering facilitation of second-degree murder, you would just go back up here to page 7, right here it is, and it would read this way. For facilitation of second-degree murder, the elements would be the defendant knew that another person intended to commit a specific felony of second-degree murder, and 2, the defendant but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds of the results of the offense, and the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of the felony, and that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. So that's what you do. So whenever we go back to facilitation, you just come back to this instruction, and where you have a specific felony being facilitated, you just substitute that felony in there. All right, so after facilitation of secondary murder, the next lesser is reckless homicide. If you have a reasonable doubt as to a defendant's guilt of facilitation of secondary murder, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of this offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of reckless homicide, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, the defendant killed Stanley Freeman, and 2, the defendant acted recklessly. Recklessly for this offense means that a person acts recklessly when the person is aware of, but consciously disregards, a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessly is also established to show that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly as defined above under second-degree murder. Next is the facilitation of reckless homicide. If you have a reasonable doubt as to a defendant's guilt of reckless homicide, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of this offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of facilitation of reckless homicide, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation of a felony is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the essential elements of facilitation of a felony listed on page 7. You refer to those instructions here and insert the offense of reckless homicide as the offense being facilitated. Next is criminally negligent homicide. If you have a reasonable doubt as to a defendant's guilt of facilitation of reckless homicide, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of this offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of criminally negligent homicide, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of Stanley Freeman, and 2, the defendant acted with criminal negligence. Criminal negligence means that a person acts with criminal negligence when the person ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. And lastly is facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. If you have a reasonable doubt as to a defendant's guilt of criminally negligent homicide, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of this offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of facilitation of criminally negligent homicide, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation of a felony is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the essential elements of facilitation of a felony listed on page 7. You refer to those instructions here and insert the offense of criminally negligent homicide as the offense being facilitated. So those are the first 2 counts, as well as any lesser included offenses you could possibly consider. We will now turn to the third and final count, aggravated child abuse. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated child abuse is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treated a child in such a manner as to inflict injury, and 2, that that the act of abuse resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. Knowingly for this offense means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. The requirement of knowingly is also established to show that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally for this offense means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct. Here are the lesser included offenses for count 3. First is facilitation of aggravated child abuse. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of aggravated child abuse as charged in the 3rd count, then your verdict must be not guilty as of that offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of facilitation of aggravated child abuse, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation of a felony is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the essential elements of facilitation of a felony listed on page 7. We refer to those instructions here and insert the offense of aggravated child abuse as the offense being facilitated. Next is aggravated assault. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of facilitation of aggravated child abuse, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of this offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of aggravated assault, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to another, and 2, the defendant caused serious bodily injury to another. Next is facilitation of aggravated assault. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of aggravated assault, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of that offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of facilitation of aggravated assault, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation of a felony is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. The essential elements of facilitation of a felony listed on page 7. We refer to those instructions here and insert the elements of aggravated assault, which have been defined for you above. Next is reckless aggravated assault. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of facilitation of aggravated assault, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of this offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of reckless aggravated assault, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of reckless aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, the defendant recklessly caused bodily injury to another, and 2, that such bodily injury was serious. Recklessly for this offense means that a person acts recklessly with respect to circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. Next is facilitation of reckless aggravated assault. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of reckless aggravated assault, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of that offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of facilitation of a felony is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the essential elements of facilitation of a felony listed. I've got this stuff memorized, folks, and so I'm actually not reading it. I'm reading from my memory, and sometimes I confuse myself. So let me read that sentence again. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the essential elements of facilitation of a felony as listed on page 7. You will refer to those instructions here and insert the offense of reckless aggravated assault as the offense being facilitated. And then next is reckless endangerment. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, a lesser included offense, then your verdict must be not guilty as of that offense, and then you shall proceed to determine his guilt or innocence of reckless endangerment, a lesser included offense. Any person who commits the offense of reckless endangerment is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant engaged in conduct which placed or might have placed another person in imminent danger of death or serious bodily injury, and 2, that the defendant acted recklessly. There is no such thing as facilitation of reckless endangerment. So the next and last is child abuse. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. One, the defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treated a child under 18 years of age in such a manner as to inflict injury. All right, so that's the last lesser included that you could consider in count 3. This next instruction, called order of consideration, explains the law regarding the charged offense in relation to the lesser included offenses. It reads this way. In reaching your verdict, you shall first consider the offense charged in the indictment. If unanimously find the defendant guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense, or have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order from greatest to least within that count of the indictment. You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged and included in that count of the indictment, you shall return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the other counts of the indictment. Here are some legal definitions for you that have not previously been defined. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that includes a substantial risk of death, protracted unconsciousness, extreme physical pain, protracted or obvious disfigurement, or protracted loss or substantial impairment of a function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Child means a person under 18 years of age. Criminal responsibility for conduct of another. The defendants are criminally responsible as a party to the offenses of first-degree murder, felony murder, and aggravated child abuse if the offenses were committed by the defendant's own conduct, by the conduct of another for which the defendant is criminally responsible, or by both. Each party to the offense may be charged with the commission of the offense. The defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit the proceeds or results of the offense, the defendant solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or as a result of the conduct when it is a person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause a result. A defendant who is criminally responsible for an offense may be found guilty not only of that offense, but also for any other offense or offenses committed by another if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the other offense or offenses committed were natural and probable consequences of the original offense for which the defendant is found criminally responsible, and that the elements of the other offense or offenses that accompanied the original offenses have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. With regard to count 2, charging defendants with felony murder in the perpetration of aggravated child abuse, this natural and probable consequence rule does not apply. There is no requirement that the killing be foreseeable in order to hold a defendant criminally responsible, only that the defendant intended to commit the alleged aggravated child abuse. To find a defendant criminally responsible for the acts of another, it is not necessary that you find the defendant was present or the defendant took a physical part in the crime. Encouragement of the principal offender is sufficient. However, mere presence during the commission of the offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. Before you find the defendant guilty of being criminally responsible for said offenses committed by the conduct of another, you must find that all the essential elements of said offenses have been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Criminal responsibility is not a separate criminal charge of the indicted charge or any lesser included offenses, but is an alternate theory of criminal liability by which the state may prove the defendant's guilt based upon the conduct of another person. Consequently, there is no separate verdict form for criminal responsibility. You will use a verdict form for the offense for which you find the defendant criminally responsible, should the defendant be found guilty of any offense under this theory. It is not a defense that the person for whose conduct the defendant is criminally responsible has not been prosecuted for the offense. Redactions. Video recordings, images, and other physical evidence have been introduced in this case. Some portions of these videos, images, or other evidence may have been redacted. You shall not speculate as to the content of any redacted portion or draw any conclusion numbers may have been skipped. Do not speculate as to why there is not an exhibit associated with that number or numbers. Evidence of other crimes. If from the proof you find that the defendant has committed a crime other than that for which he is on trial, you may not consider such evidence to prove his disposition to commit such a crime as that on trial. This evidence may only be considered by you for the limited purpose of determining whether it provides A, the defendant's identity. That is, such evidence may be considered by you if it tends to establish the defendant's identity in the case on trial, or B, the defendant's intent. That is, such evidence may be considered by you if it tends to establish that the defendant actually intended to commit the crime with which he is presently charged. Such evidence of other crimes, if considered by you for any purpose, must not be considered for any purpose other than that specifically stated. Identity. One of the issues in this case is the identification of the defendant as a person who committed the crime. The state has the burden of proving identity beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof of identity may include identification testimony. Identification testimony is an expression of belief or impression by the witness, and its value may depend upon your consideration of several factors. Some of the factors which you may consider are the witness's capacity and opportunity to observe the offender. This includes, among other things, the length of time available for observation, the distance from which the witness observed, the lighting, and whether the person who committed the crime was a prior acquaintance of the witness. The degree of certainty expressed by the witness regarding the identification and the circumstances under which it was made, including whether it is a product of the witness's own recollection. The occasions, if any, on which the witness failed to make an identification of the defendant or made an identification that was inconsistent with the identification at trial. The occasions, if any, on which the witness made an identification that was consistent with the identification at trial and the circumstances surrounding such identifications. And 5, any other factors fairly raised by the evidence. Again, the state has a burden of proving every element of the crime charge, and this burden specifically includes the identity of the defendant as a person who committed the crime for which he is on trial. If, after considering all of the evidence, including any identification testimony, you have a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the person who committed the crime, you must find the defendant not guilty. Expert witness. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Jacqueline Hale, who was described to us as an expert in the field of late print examinations, Kenna Isett, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic biology, Brian Dalton, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic firearms and tool mark examinations, Matthew Wild, who was described to us as an expert in the field of historical call detail analysis and cellular technology, Shannon Morris, who was described to us as an expert in the field of digital forensics, and Maxwell Rollins, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic and anatomic pathology. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact and issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state his or her opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for his or her testimony. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept this opinion. The same as with any other witness. It is up to you to decide whether you believe the testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions are based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by these rulings, the instructions, nor by any other remark do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or as to what your verdict should be. The statements, arguments, and remarks of the attorneys are intended to help you in understanding and applying the law, but they are not evidence. You should disregard any statements made that you believe are not supported by the evidence. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. Also, you are exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. In applying the law to the facts and deciding this case, you should consider all of the evidence in light of your own observations and experience in life. The law presumes that the defendant is innocent of the charge against them. This presumption remains with the defendant throughout every stage of the trial and is not overcome unless from all the evidence in the case you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. and this burden never shifts but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after an examination of all the facts of this case. If you find the state has not proven every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant not guilty. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crime charged, that the crime, if in fact committed, was committed by this defendant in Knox County, Tennessee, and that it was committed before the finding and returning of the indictment in this case. Some of you have taken notes during the trial. Once you retire to the jury room, you may refer to your notes, but only to refresh your own memory of the witness's testimony. You are free to discuss the testimony of the witnesses with your fellow jurors, but each of you must rely upon your own individual memory as to what a witness did or did not say. You should not view your notes as authoritative records or consider them as a transcript of the testimony. Your notes should carry no more weight than the unrecorded recollection of another juror. It is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was a witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Did the witness seem to have a good memory? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions? Has there been any evidence presented regarding the witness's intelligence, respectability, or reputation for truthfulness? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how the case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently. Witnesses may testify honestly, but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things, but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. A witness may be impeached by proving that he or she has made some material statements out of court which are at variance with his or her evidence on the witness stand. However, unless entered as a numbered exhibit by the court and allowed to be taken by you back to the jury room when you deliberate, proof of such prior inconsistent statements may be considered by you only for the purpose of testing the witness's credibility and not as substantive evidence of the truth of the matter asserted in such out-of-court statements. Further, a witness may be impeached by a careful cross-examination involving the witness in contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable statements. However, immaterial discrepancies or differences in the statements of witnesses do not affect their credibility unless it should plainly appear that some witness has willfully testified falsely. When a witness is thus impeached, the jury has a right to disregard his or her evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it's corroborated by other credible testimony or by the facts and circumstances proved in the trial. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden is on the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. He is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Testimony of Germany Hines was introduced through an audio recording. You are to consider this testimony under the same rules in which you consider guilt of the defendant, as well as any fact required to be proved, may be established by direct evidence, by circumstantial evidence, or by both combined. Direct evidence is defined as evidence which proves the existence of the fact and issue without inference or presumption. Direct evidence may consist of testimony of a person who has perceived, by the means of his or her senses, the existence of a fact sought to be proved or disproved. Circumstantial evidence consists of proof of collateral facts and circumstances which do not directly prove the fact and issue, but from which that fact may be logically inferred. It is your duty to decide how much weight to give the direct and circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight that you should give to either one, or say one that is any better evidence than the other. You should consider all the evidence, both direct and circumstantial, and give it whatever weight you believe it deserves. Thus, the important thing for you to keep in mind is whether a piece of evidence is convincing beyond a reasonable doubt, and not whether it's direct or circumstantial. All right, folks, there's a few concluding paragraphs that I have in the instructions that you will hear after the closing arguments of the attorneys. That took about 38 minutes, and so I want to give the attorneys just a few moments to collect their thoughts. So this will probably be our last recess. So you can leave your notebooks and chairs. Don't discuss this case just yet. Go with the officers. We'll just take a short recess, get set up for closing arguments. Okay, folks, really short, 5 minutes. Get your thoughts in order. Come back and start closing.
I understand the court's preference. Obviously, it's been a long week, but at the same time, I cannot help but feel that charging a jury this late in the day can make some people feel rushed after a long week and a lot of proof. So, I would think that my opinion would be that it would be best to actually start Monday, close, send them off fresh. They've got as much time as they need to deliberate. No limitations, no stressors.
Mr. Rob, you like Barrett?
I have no preference, but I agree with Ms. Betts.
So my children always ask, why do you ask a question if you already had your mind made up what you're gonna do? So I apologize. I did want to hear what everybody had to say, but I think it is better to let them start deliberating while the proof is fresh in their minds. And so I'm going to do closing, then I'm going to poll the jurors to see if any of them have any difficulty with working past 5, because obviously we want to go past 5 tonight. And if they do, then we'll talk about that, where we go from there, and then I'll decide if I'm going to let them start tonight. But we're at least going to do closing tonight, okay? So is the state ready for that?
State's ready.
Ms. Mathis, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Robinette? Yes, sir. Bring them on in. Every time I work past 10 o'clock, it's been on a Friday.
Or if you could just hit the red button in terms of my input for the record. Yeah.
That's one that I should just put Greg Isaac's name on there. All right, everybody may be seated. Same way, Paul, jury? Same way. Ms. Mathis, way, Ms. Robinette. Welcome back, folks. It is now time for the last part of the trial, which is the closing arguments of the attorneys. As I told you at the very beginning, statements of attorneys are not considered as evidence. However, these arguments can be very helpful to you in understanding the evidence that you have heard, as well as my instructions of law. So I do encourage you to listen very carefully to what the lawyers have to say. Since the state has the burden of proof, they get to go first. After the defense closing arguments, the state will have the final word in what is a rebuttal argument. So generally, you may begin your closing arguments.
May I have the screen here?
Yes, sir.
16-year-old Stanley Freeman could not outrun the bullets fired by those two. You heard his dad testify on the first day of his trial. While watching the school video, seeing his son for the last time running out of Austin East High School. And you heard Mr. Freeman explain the reason why his son was running was because he was running to get home, to change, to go to work. And instead, he ran right into the firing squad. Now you've heard from 20 witnesses, and you will be presented with over 400 pieces of evidence. And what you're going to be asked to do is to evaluate those witnesses and look at that evidence and determine whether or not there's been sufficient proof beyond a reasonable doubt to find these two guilty of these charges. Now the judge has just finished about 25 to 35 minutes worth of instructions. So this is what we're talking about: premeditated intentional murder using a Glock 45 caliber gap pistol and an AR-762 fired from that blue Nissan that these two were in. They fired those weapons at Stan Freeman's Honda Accord. And the ballistics show that Stan was killed by one of those 7.62 projectiles. So what does it mean to be premeditated? Well, the judge gave you the definition. This is what you heard as evidence of their premeditation. They had to load that clip in that AR rifle. They had to load the magazine of the Glock 45 caliber handgun. They had to ride around with those weapons around Austin East High School. They had to chase Stan Freeman down the streets to the place on Tarleton Avenue where they pointed their guns at him, and as he was passing, opened fire, emptied the entire magazine of that Glock and those 7.62 projectiles in his car. You saw the pictures afterwards. That car was fired at from the front, from the side, and from the back. Now, felony murder, again, the judge has given you that explanation. What is aggravated child abuse? The judge gave you those instructions. Stan was 16. There was no accident here. They knowingly shot at him and emptied their weapons into the car of the 16-year-old. We told you in the very beginning, during jury selection and in openings, that this case was about circumstantial evidence because there were no eyewitnesses. What is circumstantial evidence? It's all this evidence, those over 400 items and 20 witnesses that are going to give you clues in an indirect way about what happened. You can probably tell from my lack of East Tennessee accent that I wasn't from here. I'm from a place that we measure snow by the foot instead of by the inch. In the Tug Hill Plateau of central New York. So this is the example I want to give you about circumstantial evidence. Some of you may be familiar with this sculpture just up the street near Gay Street. So the example is that I went to bed and the rowing man was not covered with snow. And I woke up the next morning and the rowing man was covered with snow. I can then, using circumstantial evidence, conclude that it must have snowed overnight because I didn't witness the snowfall. That's what this circumstantial evidence case is about. Nobody came forward to give eyewitness testimony about the shooting. But these 400 pieces of evidence and these 20 witnesses can certainly tell you what those circumstantial evidence proves. I want to go over some of that. You've seen the videos and you've seen the pictures of these two posing with those murder weapons. You've heard from the forensic tech about the fingerprint that was found on the Nissan mirror. The weapons that were confiscated at their residence. The shell casings, and remember, the shell casings that Sergeant Dalton talked about, all 11 of those 45 caliber Gap spent shell casings, 2 of them from the Nissan and 9 of them from the scene, all match that gun. And we know that that gun fired those bullets. And the same thing applies for the 7.62 shell casings. All of those casings match that gun. We have the ring video showing the car going by, and we have the school security video showing the circling of the vehicles. That's them. That's them posing with those guns. That's the ring video of Stan's car going by just before the shots are being fired. What else do we have? The cell phones. The cell phone tracking. Both of them tracking in the same direction at the same time that these things took place. How about the messaging from the cell phones? Indicating that they were inquiring about getting 7.62 ammo. How about the app of Find Your Car? If you remember, the testimony suggested that there's an app in that phone that that person indicated where the Nissan was left on Washington. How about the cell phone videos? After the fact, when they're posing with the murder weapons again, they switch into the Ford Fusion. We took great strides to point that out, that Fusion with the red stitching, with them in it, with those weapons after the fact. What other circumstantial evidence do we have? The cell phones had pictures of Stan after the fact. Ask yourself, why would they have that in their phone? They have in their phone the crash scene video that was uploaded to Facebook. Why would they keep that on their phone? And how about the Facebook post from Stan's math teacher? Why would they have that on their phone? It's their trophies, isn't it? This is them proud of what they did. The judge instructed you about the concept of criminal responsibility. What it means, and we talked about this in jury selection and in openings, what it means to be responsible for someone else's actions. The best way that I can describe this is the team effort results in the team credit. That's what criminal responsibility is. So you have the quarterback, his offense, you've got the defensive lineman, and you've got the coach. That's your team. That's the team right there. These two defendants are the team. And they're responsible for each other's actions of discharging in the direction, through the car, front, side, and back, into Stan Freeman's car, killing him. It's been a long week. What we've done with all of this evidence and all of this testimony is present to you a journey to the truth. And just like a compass, you can count on a compass always pointing true north. And if you rely upon your compass, your common sense, your understanding of the judge's directions, and all the evidence that we've presented, you will find your destination. And that destination should result in your finding a verdict of guilty for both defendants of all the charges. But ladies and gentlemen, don't get lost wandering off into the weeds. Don't get lost by the argument of the defense that, well, there's no DNA. Well, there's only one fingerprint. There's no eyewitnesses. You don't have to wander off into the woods to get lost if you follow all of these circumstantial evidence that points you in only one direction. And that direction is these two are guilty of all of these charges. And if you follow your compass, that's where you will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. Who would like to go first for the defense? Ms. Robinette? Yes, sir, please.
beginning of this trial, I told you the lesson I learned by a very point judge. And that lesson was, he does not give ifs, maybes, possibilities. He's only dealing with certainty. Now that lesson applies in this case today. And here, we are dealing with beyond a reasonable doubt. Not the ifs, not the maybes, nor even the possibilities. So in this case, the state has that burden to prove to you beyond. Now the state just got up here and tell you they have no direct evidence. But this video right here, I will play this video for you. These videos, just look right here. I apologize.
Oh, turn it off. Gotcha. Yes, sir. And Mr. Robinette, I forgot my hearing aid. Folks, I have one ear that doesn't work right, and I forgot my hearing aid today, so I'm gonna have to mic up Mr. Robinette so I can hear him clear.
So this video, right here, ladies and gentlemen, will give you an insight. Right here, you have, this is the blue Nissan that the state alleged was involved in the shooting. You have one individual right here who walked by and saw who was in the vehicle. This individual is Jeremy Hunt. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other individuals who were there. 4 of them spoken to the people in this blue Nissan. They say that they don't have direct evidence. You got witnesses. Where are they? Why weren't they here to testify? You ask yourself that questions. And now, you keep continuing on. Pay attention to these vehicles up here in the jury. This vehicle right there, this is Stanley's car. This other vehicle follow behind. Another vehicle right there. You can see the people start running. That's when the shooting occurred. When we have several vehicles in front of Mr. Freeman, and you have several vehicles behind Mr. Freeman. Where are they? Not here. No testimony. But that leaves a lot of questions about this case. I mean, remember, I told you, if you have questions at the end about this case, the state can meet the burden of proof. Now, the state would, and there is one important testimony. Now, you have all these individuals, and no eyewitnesses. No one identified Mr. Jordan as being in that blue car. No one identified Mr. Jordan as the shooter on Carlton. No one identified he was there. Only one person gave an inside testimony, that is Jeremy Hines. Mr. Hines testified at the juvenile hearing, and he testified that, I will let you, member of the jury, hear it for yourself.
And where was Mr. Jordan at? You see him that day? You didn't see him?
You gotta tell me yes or no, you gotta.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I didn't see him that day.
He was standing right there. But he said Mr. Jordan was not there that day. The state believed his testimony was credible. That's what they want to introduce. It was credible. Should you believe it? He was not there. So the state we're trying to show that by some other evidence that he was in that vehicle. But remember, at the beginning of this case, I asked you, pay attention to the when. And this is where it comes in. Now, the state offered testimony from Jacqueline Hale. Ms. Hale testified that she removed a fingerprint from the blue Nissan, the rear view mirror, the right thumb, and it matches Mr. Jordan's. This was the print that was taken from the mirror. This was the print that took when they took into custody. Now she testified that she looks at certain resemblance, markings, scars, tissue, anything that can match the two prints together. But when she was on the stand, I asked her, did you look at this damage right here and this right here? And I asked her, is this damage right here was on this fingerprint? She said no. You don't have to be a forensic expert to tell that these it's not on here. Does it match? No. It does not match. If she's looking for specific features, that is a very, very noticeable. And you can tell. Now the witness, she removed it from the mirror on February 16, 2021. She did testify. She doesn't know how long the print's been there. She testified she didn't know when it was there. It was being placed there. Could be 2 months, 3 days, 4. So that's what the when should be asking. When was that placed in the vehicle? No testimony to be determined. Now you also have testimonies from Officer Phil Jinks. And he testified that when they took Mr. Jordan to custody, they found a Nissan in his socks. But that was February 16, 2021. He also testified he didn't see Mr. Jordan drive the vehicle. He testified that he didn't see Mr. Jordan in the vehicle. He testified he didn't know what happened on the day of the shoot. You only know that he passed the key. That's 4 days after the shoot. The key could have been passed around. You don't know. Just remember I told you that story about me and my sister when I came home from basketball practice? He has the key, I had the remote. Nothing is what it seems. But we don't have to prove to you anything. The state does. And they didn't prove that he was in that vehicle. They didn't prove that he was driving that day. And they didn't prove that he had a gun. Shot Mr. Freeman on that day. Now the state tried to put him on the scene. They had an FBI agent, Matthew Locke. He came and testified to the cell phone records that he obtained from AT&T. Now, that cell phone records, the call data, who does that belong to? The number they believe belongs to Mrs. Jordan is 865-403-9873. The witness testified that number belongs to Brian Mulder. Who is he? Where is he? Did you question him? Don't you think that's important? Now that he came and put a PowerPoint and tell you, based on my experience, I can tell you the approximate location of where this cell phone is. Approximate. Now I asked him the question, is the towers that you use, is it a macro tower? He said yes. And he said a macro tower signal can be broadcast from 1 to 3 miles. If you think about that, East Knoxville is not that big. That can cover basically 1/3 of East Knoxville. It could be anywhere. And he also testified about the cash report. But he's saying, I cannot tell you the exact location. I can tell you about 65 meters or a little bit more in every single direction where that cell phone might be in. So it's all about guessing. It's about the ifs here, or the maybes, possibilities. But is that enough? No. That is not enough. Now the state would try to place a murder weapon in Mr. Jordan's hand on that day, on February 12, 2011. You've seen a lot of videos, you've seen a lot of pictures, some of them the day before, some of them the day after. But on the day of the shootings, Ms. Shannon Morris came and testified that this Snapchat was sent from the iPhone 11. It was created at 12:42:26 p.m. on February 12, 2021. But she doesn't know when that picture was taken. Doesn't when. There it goes again. When was it? You take it 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 6 days ago, 3 months ago. She doesn't know what was created that day. So does that mean that Mr. Jordan had this gun on that time? No, it does not. Now she also showed you 2 videos on that same day, which I have shown you members of the jurors. This video right here. It was created on February 12, 2021 at 1:42:35. Mr. Davis is driving and Mr. Jordan is in the back seat. Mr. Jordan had on a hat, a black hat, a black sweatshirt, and a black shirt. And there were no guns in the car. You didn't see any in that video. And they were in fusion. And then, this other video right here. This was created on February 12, 2021 at 5:10:27 p.m. In this video, it shows that Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan had the alleged weapon and 2 other individuals. In this video, it's in the same fusion. They have different clothes on,
question is, okay, from 1:42 to about 5:10, that's the 3.5 hour span. They went home and changed, leave off his kids. I mean, I rarely change for once a day before I go to bed. But you change mid-afternoon, that does not make any sense. And the fact that they are in the Ford Fusion, they are in the Ford Fusion, in these two pictures, there's two videos in the Ford Fusion, not the blue Nissan. Blue Nissan is the vehicle they alleged the shooting from. There's no evidence that they were in the Ford Fusion. There's no evidence that Mr. Jordan was in the blue Nissan. Now, the state wants you to believe that by the virtue that you touched the firearms the day before, the day after, that you might be guilty of this crime. But if that's the case, then let's look at the DNA. There were several tax officers who came and testified. Officer Warren, Officer Gonzalez, Officer Hale testified that DNA were gathered from Glock 45 that was obtained from the house, the Tennessee firearms, the DNA were swaps from the blue Nissans, the cups and the straws, and you have the TBI agent came in and testified that he ran the test for all those DNA, and all those swaps, and it came back inconclusive. Her results were the swaps from 001A to 001C. That's from the 45 block. Now just see right here, ladies and gentlemen, her results were a mixture of at least 4 individuals. At least 4. She also testified it could be more, 5, 6, 7, 8. She doesn't know. Because the mixture was too complex, but she knows that at least 4 people had touched that gun. You also have that tested the 45, the rounds and the magazine, it came back inconclusive. Then we look at the testing. From the Tennessee firearms, which starts at the 00R and ends at 001T, from here to here. The results were at least 4 individuals. At least 4 individuals that had touched that gun. Now you keep going down. At least 4 individuals had touched the gun. Same result. So that means 4. Well, it could be more. She doesn't know. It's too complex. And by the virtue of them touching the weapon, before and after, why is Mr. Jordan, Mr. Davis, the only one here? Where's the other 2, 3, or 4 people? They cannot place them at the time of the shooting. The state even proved who was in the vehicle. How many were in the vehicle? This is not an important question. Now, these 1416 of Greenville Lane. I questioned Officer Dylan Williams. He stated the house does not belong to Mr. Jordan, and the house and Mr. Jordan does not live there. I told you at the beginning that if you go to your friend's house, are the stuff in the house yours? Of course not. Do you look around? No. Weapons were found in various locations. Now, motive, or intent. What's the motive here? What's the intent here? Mr. Stanley Bishop testified that Mr. Freeman is a good kid. He did not get in trouble with anybody. He does not have a problem with Mr. Jordan. He doesn't even know if Mr. Freeman knows Mr. Jordan. There were no communications between Mr. Freeman and Mr. Jordan before the incident. And Mr. Bishop testified that Mr. Freeman does not have a problem with Mr. Jordan. There's no motive. So the only thing that the state can will want you to assume from this video. Here is the alleged blue vehicle came from a different direction. Here's a vehicle with the alleged individual sitting on the window seat. Here, the state wants you to believe that they have the motive to shoot his people. Why? You see that two cars came from different directions. You don't see them chasing each other. Now, if the blue Nissan intended to shoot this vehicle right here, if they have the weapons in the vehicle, like the state has alleged, why didn't they just get out right here? Shoot them. Why wait later? What's the motive? There's nothing. Now, Mr. Jordan is in charge of premeditation and intentional killing of Stanley Freeman. But they had to prove every single thing. First, they had to prove premeditation. There's no evidence to show that Mr. Jordan planned this out. There's no evidence that there's a video showing that Mr. Jordan got out of the green Nissan, waited for Mr. Freeman to drive by and shoot. No. There's no evidence to make any connection. Now, he is charged with aggravated child abuse of Mr. Freeman. And in the instructions, the element of child abuse, aggravated child abuse, states that the defendant knowingly, other by accident means, treated a child in such a manner as to inflict injury, and that the act of abuse resulted in serious bodily injury to the child. There are two words that I want you to pay attention to, which is knowingly and child. So that means the state has to prove to you and the jurors that Mr. Jordan knew that these individuals in the car were minors. And they had to prove that the people that Mr. Jordan shot at, allegedly shot at, that he knew that they were minors. Did you see any evidence these individuals are? Do you even know who they are? No. So they have to prove that he knowingly committed an act other than by accident means hurt a child under the age. There's no evidence. Now, the states also is going by the theory called criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense if the person solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. I didn't see any evidence where Mr. Jordan said, hey, shoot this guy. I didn't see any evidence that Mr. Jordan said, here's the gun, go shoot him. I didn't see any text message involved in this story. I don't see any videos, any direction, any guides, or asking someone to do it. No, I didn't hear one single piece of evidence. First thing that you prove is he was there, which they can't. The next thing that you prove that he did some act that further I see no evidence of that. Now, members of your task is to weigh the credibility of all the witnesses that testify here today. And you listen to the testimonies, and you decide how much weight you give to them. Because some of their testimonies are very inconsistent with what they have testified before. For example, Mr. Dylan Williams, he testified at the juvenile hearing that he found one cell phone on the couch and another cell phone in the back bedroom. Then he changed his story this week. He said he found two cell phones on the couch. So go to the integrity of the investigation. Where were they at? Where were their cell phones? And you also hear testimony from Ms. Shannon Morris today. She testified that the last activity with iPhone 11 was at 3:39 p.m. on February 12, 2003. But she testified at the juvenile hearing that the last activity was at 10:41:39. Huge hour gap right there. So what is it? 3:41, 10:41. I just want to point that out to you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this case, the state is asking you to put the pieces together. They're throwing you with a lot of evidence, and they're hoping that you piece them together. No, that's not the case. They should put the puzzle together for you and show it to you a clear picture. But that's what they didn't do that in this case. So in this case, it's not about the ifs Mr. Jordan had done it. Maybe he had done it. So possibly he had done it. No, it's beyond the reason. In the state, that's not enough like now this case, very difficult case. It's heartbreaking. So Stanley Freeman, 16 at the time, he died with autism. My heart goes out to the family. Because of that, the state's going to use your emotion in this case. We want you to hang on your emotion. This 16-year-old boy died. And there it is. And they show you all the evidence to basically tug at your emotions. But at the beginning of this case, I asked you the question, can you set your emotions aside and decide this case based only on the evidence? And you all nodded your head. Your decisions today. Mr. Freeman, young man, got way too early. Your decisions today also affect life of another man, which is Mr. Jordan, in this case. Your decisions will have two outcomes. One, you will carry out justice. Or two, you put Mr. Jordan behind bars for less. Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, disregard the previous, what the consequences of any conviction should not be any consideration for you folks. You're just determined whether or not they prove you guilty beyond reasonable doubt. I and the law will take care of any consequences for that, should there be any conviction. You may continue.
4, 5, Mr. Jordan guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not dealing with the ifs, maybes, or possibilities in this case. We are dealing with beyond a reasonable doubt. And the state has not met that burden of proof. Therefore, I ask you that you come back with a verdict of not guilty on all counts.
Thank you, Mr. Robinette. Ms. Mathis, closing.
Mr. Honor, we have to move some technology briefly.
Sure.
I can have the projectors over there. Good afternoon, late in the afternoon. May it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm confident that you have all paid attention through this long week of proof. So I'm not going to sit here and rehash every piece of evidence that we've reviewed. State just told you, you've listened to the testimony of 20 witnesses, and there are over 400 pieces of evidence. That's important in this case. I'm confident that you're going to contemplate each of those when you go back to deliberate in this case. But what I would like to talk to you about is where we started. We started here earlier in the week, and I told you that this case was about decisions, distractions, and doubts. I still believe that that is the case. Now, I'd like you to look at the decisions of the investigators as they compiled the proof in this case, and the decisions of the state on how to present that case to you. As we've talked about, the state has the burden to convince you of every single element of each of the 3 charges against my client, DeAndre Davis, beyond a reasonable doubt. And the way that they choose to prove that case is critical to the weight they give to each of those pieces of evidence. The state just told you, 20 witnesses, 400 exhibits. Where does that leave us? It leaves us with questions. Even the state's asking questions still of that evidence. Why? How? We tried. We tried to obtain the best evidence for you. We're giving you everything we've got. I'm here to tell you, not enough. They have not met their burden in this case. And when you deliberate, you're going to see that. Decisions. The decisions to trust the testimony of one witness to the exclusion of others. We talked about this in openings. Think about the proof you've heard in this case. We've heard from 20 witnesses. How many of those witnesses saw anything? Saw anything at all? Saw anything that happened on February 12th, February 13th, February 14th, February 15th? What did the witnesses say when they came into this courtroom and told you about the proof against DeAndre Davis? You heard from one witness who said they saw anything on February 12th. That was Jeremy Hines. He testified previously, and I'm confident that you will listen very closely to that testimony. You'll listen to the voice of that young man on that audio tape, and listen to what he says. Listen to what he doesn't say. Listen to his sound of his voice. Think about who you really hear testifying in that audio recording. What you'll hear is the state testifying. You'll hear him giving half answers,
seeming uncertain. Is this the same car? Yeah, I think so. Do you want to be here today, Mr. Hines? No, I don't. Were you subpoenaed to be here today? Yes, I was. Listen closely to that. The judge instructs you about the credibility of witnesses, and you're to treat their testimony, his testimony, the same as any witness who would have walked up and sat on the stand and told you about the evidence in this case. Listen closely to what you hear, and listen closely to what you don't hear. And you can weigh the credibility of his testimony in this case. The only witness who saw anything with his own 2 eyes, according to the state, is Germany Hines. We've seen this video. I'm sure that you'll watch it again. I just want to briefly show you what we talked about previously. We know this is the video on February 12th outside of Austin East High School. This is the Altima that the state says is the subject vehicle. Watch all the individuals approach the vehicle. Speak with whoever the occupants are. That was Germany Hines, walking off screen. You don't see him approach. You don't see him speak to anyone. You don't see him greet whoever's in this vehicle. Notice the dark tint on the Altima? That's their best proof. That's their eyewitness. The one person they say can tell you who was in that vehicle on that day. Think about that as you weigh the proof in this case. Now, we've talked a lot in this case about circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence. In this case, the state is trying as hard as they can to build a timeline for where these weapons were before, during, and after the shooting. I'm telling you now, when you evaluate the proof, you will see the gaps in that proof. They will not be able to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt who was in possession of those weapons on that date. It's not there. It's simply not. Burden of proof. We've talked about it. It's essential. It's in your jury instructions. The judge is going to send you back with a copy of the law in this case. But when I want to point out a few of these things that are very important to your analysis. The burden of proof, as we've talked about, rests with the government. It stays with the government throughout this case. It never shifts. Neither one of these boys is ever required to prove anything. They don't have to speak. They don't have to do anything to convince you of what the law says, which is that they are presumed innocent. That remains with them still at this moment. It's always on the government to prove it, to fill in those gaps in their timeline. The government asked you not to get lost in the weeds in this case, not to focus on the scientific evidence and the analysis that was conducted in this case. We've talked about the reasonable doubts. I told you at the beginning of this case, reasonable doubt can arise from 3 different places. A lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, and the evidence itself. Here, there's a lack of evidence of what happened. Eyewitnesses, putting people at the scene, putting people in this car, putting weapons in someone's hand on that date. That is critical to this analysis. A conflict in the evidence. Conflicts in the DNA. Fingerprints. We know, in this case, no one found a single fingerprint of DeAndre Davis. They did not find it on the Altima that they say he drove. They did not find it on the weapons they say he held on that day. There's no evidence of it. It's simply not there. And the instructions are going to go into detail about what exactly reasonable doubt means. But you can consider each of these different factors, the conflicts, the gaps, and lack of evidence when you do your analysis and you look back through these exhibits. The instructions are going to tell you that reasonable doubt is the ability to let your mind rest easily. Rest easily. Not stretch. Not worry. Not feel concerned. Am I sure? Did I make the right decision? They say to treat reasonable doubt like one of the biggest decisions you're going to make in your life. And this jury service is an awesome responsibility that you all are engaging in right now. So you need to be sure when you make your decisions and deliberate that you can let your mind rest easily that the state is satisfied, not bits, not pieces, but every single element that's required by law, and for each count of the indictment against DeAndre Davis. First-degree murder. DeAndre Davis is charged in this indictment with first-degree premeditated murder. The instructions are going to explain to you what that means. When you read these instructions, when you look at these exhibits, think about what you're seeing. Think about what the government is required to prove. Premeditation. Acting intentionally. Premeditation is defined as an act done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Look at that video. Interpret it the way that you believe you see it, not the way that the state wants to portray it. Do you believe that a car coming near another one and turning around and driving away is enough to trigger premeditation? Do you think that the 20 seconds when the two cars turn the corner onto Tarleton is enough to establish premeditation in this case? Think critically about that as you go through these instructions and as you go back through the elements in this case. Aggravated child abuse. Mr. Davis is charged in 3 counts in this indictment. The first is premeditated intentional murder. The second is felony murder. What the law is going to tell you is that in the commission of a felony, if someone dies, they can be held responsible for first-degree murder if they have the intent to commit the underlying felony. I'm not going to belabor the definition of felony murder. It's in your instructions. Aggravated child abuse is the underlying felony that the state has to establish to convince you that he's guilty of felony murder and of aggravated child abuse. Look at these elements. The defendant knowingly, other than by accidental means, treated a child in such a manner as to inflict injury. Knowingly. Knowingly. Look at the definition when you read your instructions. That would require proof that Mr. Davis, knowing exactly what he was doing, shooting into a car, knew a child was there, and intended to injure or inflict injury on a child. There is simply no proof to support that in this case. Evaluate the evidence. Look at the exhibits. We talked to you in WBIR about the mental state of the defendant being key to every crime in our law. The mental state of a child. The state wants you to say, treat them the same as adults. That's fine. We're in adult court. The law applies to them. But you absolutely can and must consider their mental state and the age that they were when these acts were allegedly committed. When you're considering if you think they have established intentional or knowing conduct, you absolutely can consider their age, the circumstances, and what happened that day. The conflict in the evidence and the evidence itself. We've talked about the DNA. I know everyone was listening. I'm confident you're going to review those exhibits. There are 3 pieces of evidence that are absolutely critical in this case, according to the state. The blue Nissan Altima that they say held the occupants who were responsible for the death of Mr. Freeman, and the 2 weapons. You have heard the proof in this case that even though you would have had to touch and touch and touch and touch these items, there is no DNA that matches Mr. Davis. What there is the DNA of 4 different individuals and 5 different individuals. On the Nissan Altima, they've tested the driver's headrest, the steering wheel, the gear shift, all the places you would touch if you were going to drive a vehicle. No match for DNA, but DNA of at least 5 people. Who was really driving that vehicle that day? Same thing for the weapons. We've talked about the DNA. I'm confident you're going to review the evidence. You've seen photographs of the defendants holding weapons. That is not
not evidence that they possessed those weapons on February 12th. It's not. That's why the state keeps telling you this is a circumstantial case. Because that's not evidence of what happened on February 12th. Remember that as you analyze the proof. Doubts. You have to be able to evaluate each and every element of these offenses. You have to eliminate any reasonable doubt you have as to each of them as you evaluate the proof. Do not let the state task you with filling in the gaps in the proof. Do not let the state ask you to make inferences that are not supported by the facts in this case. Don't let them tell you that looking for direct evidence or looking for conflicts like DNA and fingerprints is getting lost in the weeds. These things matter. The ability to prove these elements is essential. 400 pieces of evidence, 20 witnesses. Think about what you heard. And think very hard about what you didn't hear. Think about who you didn't hear from. What witnesses didn't show up in this court. No other eyewitnesses. No one saw the shooting. The state didn't even put the lead investigator on. That matters. Think about the way they chose to prosecute this case, the evidence they've presented. Do not be distracted by the volume of evidence, because you know what is relevant and what is not. What is important to your analysis and what is not. Do not let them distract you. Do not let them pull you away from the task at hand, which is to determine what happened on February 12th, 2021. I've had the awesome responsibility of protecting Mr. Davis's constitutional rights and his freedoms throughout this trial. The Founding Fathers created this system to ensure that those rights were protected. At this stage, my job is done. I have to pass that torch on to you all and ask that you hold the state to the burden that is required in this case. That you be absolutely sure of your decision beyond a reasonable doubt, and that you enter a verdict of not guilty as to each count of the indictment in this case against DeAndre Davis. And remember, because we're sitting at a table together does not mean you have to treat us equally. You evaluate the proof independently as to these young men. The judge told you that, and it's in your instructions. Now the state gets to speak to you again. Why? Because it's their burden. So they're going to get back up here, and they're going to go back through those exhibits, and they're going to point out how they think they can stitch together this timeline for you. But just remember, the burden remains with them. Be critical of the proof, and listen to what you've heard in this courtroom and what you haven't heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mathis. Rebuttal, General. You may.
So, first I want to thank you for your time and attention that you've devoted to this case. Thank you for being here all week long and paying attention. And so, what I want to share with you is my thinking of how we went about analyzing this case, or thinking about this case. So, we wrote the case down. And so the first question for us was, what crime, if any, occurred? And then the second question was, who is responsible for that crime? And so the first question for us was, this killing, was this killing lawful or was it unlawful? Like we talked about in the board article, we talked about lawful killing, we're talking about self-defense. Clearly, this was not a lawful killing. The second question is what type of homicide it was. So Judge Sword has instructed you about the different types of homicide, right? First degree murder, that's what they're charged with. Second degree murder, a knowing killing. Rapist homicide, rapist killing somebody for the negligence. And so our first analysis was, what type of homicide is this case? And so, based upon review of the evidence that you've seen, we believe this is a first-degree murder case. Why is that? And that's going to be because of, you see the multiple shots into the car, the multiple casings left at the scene. So think about it. Mr. Freeman was shot at least 19 times. If we discount, let's say, let's discount 9 millimeters. let's say that the 9mm guns had nothing to do with this case. So then that's gonna leave us with the 7.62s and the 45 caliber cases. So he is shot at that many times. Of those times that he shot at, we know for certain his car was struck 2, 4, 5 times at least, right? We don't know if it went through the window, we don't know if the window was up or down, so give him the benefit of the doubt, 5 times. The car is shot. He's hit twice. And so the multiple shots on an unarmed victim is premeditated first degree murder. But not only that, you know that the shooters are stationary, right? Because of the angle of the shots into his car. He is driving into the gunfire. As he's passing the gunfire, he is still being shot at. And as he is leaving the gunfire, you've got that last shot, that kill shot in the trunk of his car. So that's how we concluded that it's premeditated first degree murder. How we concluded that it was felony murder, that's because he is leaving school at 3:38. Around the school, he looks like he's about 12. You've seen his picture. It is obvious that he is a child. And it is obvious that he was afraid of the gunfire. So that's the aggravated child abuse, and he died as a result. So, that being said, we believe that the evidence that you have in front of you is evidence that the crime that was committed against Mr. Freeman was a premeditated first-degree murder, felony murder, and aggravated child abuse. But I don't really think that's what this case is about. This case is about the identity of the people who are responsible for this death. Germany Hines had zero desire to go to court. Zero desire. You heard that when they were at the transfer. But he came. He was friends with both defendants. He was aware of Mr. Freeman. He says he was friends. He really didn't hang out with him. He said Mr. Freeman was a cool kid. Mr. Hines did not want to testify. But he did. And so from his testimony, when you listen to his testimony is an example of direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, and beyond a reasonable doubt. You ask why? Because at first, when he was testifying, he's testifying, yeah, you know, I saw Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan in this blue car, right? We're going along and he's talking about seeing them there. He didn't talk to them. He looks over and he sees them there. The more he testifies, he says, well, no, actually, I saw Mr. Davis driving. I didn't see anybody else in the car. Well, that makes sense when you watch the video because he doesn't stop and talk to anybody. He looks over, he sees Mr. Davis. So that's direct evidence. Direct evidence, I saw Mr. Davis outside Austin East in this blue car. When he hears gunfire, who does he call? Right? So direct evidence, he knows Mr. Davis is there at the scene. Actually, he's concerned about his friends. He wants to make sure his friends are okay. Who does he call? Because he wants to make sure his friends are okay. He doesn't call Mr. Davis. He calls Mr. Jordan. Why? Because he knows Mr. Jordan and Mr. Davis, and he knows they're always together. And so in order to make sure his friends are okay, he calls who he circumstantially knows is at the scene, and that is Mr. Jordan. Now, what level of proof does he have within himself as to knowing that Mr. Jordan and Mr. Jordan is at the scene? In his mind, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Right? Because that's why he's calling Mr. Jordan. He doesn't, he doesn't reasonably believe that he's there. He believes he's there. That's why he's calling to make sure he's okay. Now, that being said, that's because he knows the two of them. In order to corroborate that proof, and let me just say this, we have not built our case around Mr. Hines' testimony. He is one aspect of the case, of the evidence that we presented to you. But what corroborates his testimony? That's where all this other evidence that you have heard for this whole week comes into play. That being is that blue altar. It's the blue altar. And so when you watch that school video, you know something happens with the crime. Right behind the school, Freeman gate. You know Mr. Freeman was not in it. But when you watch Mr. Wild's PowerPoint, you had that sick feeling in your stomach because you saw that blue ultimate just stuck right there on Elmwood. And what that told you was the encounter you see between their Altima and the Honda Accord at 328, it continues on. That's why the car is stuck there on Elmwood. Something else is going on over here. And then looking at Shannon Morris's PowerPoint, the same thing. You see that Altima, that phone that we are saying belongs to Mr. Jordan, stuck on the side of Elmwood. Something is going on there. And so when they continue on, and they're by the school, and they see Mr. Freeman behind them, I don't know. I don't know if they shoot Mr. Freeman because they think Mr. Freeman is the same person who's driving the Honda Accord, or if they just shoot Mr. Freeman just because they've got these guns and they want to shoot people. I don't know. The state's not required to prove motive beyond a reasonable doubt. What we've got to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt will be the elements of the crimes that the defendant's charged. All of this proof that you've listened to proves to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Stanley Freeman was murdered in a premeditated and intentional manner, that he was murdered, felony murder, and it proves to you beyond a reasonable doubt, that the two people responsible for the death of Stanley Freeman, a child who was trying to go home after school so he could change his clothes to go to his job at the McDonald's, would be DeAndre Davis and Rashawn Jordan. The two of them are responsible for ending Stanley Freeman's life. And we asked you to hold the two of them responsible for their actions.
Thank you, General Fitzgerald. Ladies and gentlemen, the last part of the trial is the conclusion of my legal instructions. I will direct your attention to the board one last time. The last paragraphs of the instructions conclude this way. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror, and each juror must agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to your own individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think justice and truth dictate. If you find that the state has proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find him guilty. On the other hand, if you find the state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's guilt, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to his guilt, then you must find him not guilty. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case outside the jury deliberation room. You may not use any electronic device or media such as a telephone, cell phone, internet, or any social media site to conduct any research about this case until you have returned your verdict and the trial has concluded. When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over deliberations. You will be provided with forms for all possible verdicts in this case. The jury will complete the verdict forms and your foreperson will sign the verdict forms. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with it to this courtroom and your foreperson will deliver it to the court. So those are the instructions. At the end of the book that you'll find 3 verdict forms. It's actually 6. There's one for each person. This happens to be verdict form 1 for DeAndre Davis. It says, we the jury find the defendant DeAndre Davis, circle the appropriate letter. So if you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 1, you circle the letter A and then sign it there where it says foreperson. Only the foreperson must sign, and then date it. Today is March 31st, 2023. If you find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, then you start considering lesser-included offenses, starting greatest with least, with facilitation of first-degree murder down to second, facilitation of second, reckless, facilitation of reckless, criminally negligent, and facilitation of criminally negligent. If you find him guilty of one of those, you circle that. If you find him not guilty of any of those, you circle the letter I by not guilty and then sign and date it. Next is second count. Again, this is Mr. Davis, but there's one for Mr. Jordan that looks just the same. It is felony murder during the commission of aggravated child abuse. If you find him guilty of that, you'd circle A. If not guilty, then you consider it a lesser included offenses to have a unanimous verdict. If your verdict is not guilty, you'd circle I, sign it and date it. And then lastly, again, this is Mr. Davis, but Mr. Jordan's look the same. It's aggravated child abuse. And so your options are charge offense of aggravated child abuse or any lesser, starting with facilitation of aggravated child abuse all the way down to not guilty, sign and date. And then the ones for Mr. Jordan look exactly the same. So we're gonna have the lights back on. So those are the verdict forms as well as the instructions, folks. I am gonna send this booklet back with you. You will have one copy of this. If for some reason you would like additional copies, which is absolutely fine because sometimes it's difficult for you all to look on a single copy of the instructions, please let us know and we'll be glad to make additional copies of this. I can also put it on electronic format on the big screen TV that's there in the jury room so you can all look at it on the wall together. So if you want additional copies of the instructions, please don't hesitate to ask. There have been a number of exhibits that have been introduced during this trial, including what purports to be some firearms and some live ammunition. I have secured those weapons myself with zip ties or locks. I would direct you that you may examine those weapons and any other evidence, but you may not remove those zip ties. That ensures that the weapons cannot be loaded or fired. There have also been a number of exhibits that have been introduced that purport to be clothing. Generally, we advise anybody that handles clothing that's evidence in a trial to wear gloves. There will be latex gloves in there for you. If any of you have a latex allergy, we can get some non-latex gloves for you as well too, if you'd like to examine those exhibits. There have also been some exhibits that have been introduced that are in digital format. There's a computer in the jury room that's connected to that TV. The TV serves as a monitor. You can put those discs in there and should be able to get the videos to play, look at those images. If you're having any difficulty whatsoever about getting those to play and you want to watch them, just let the officers know. I'll step in there and I'll get those to play for you. Now, I believe that I have fully instructed you on the law. However, it could be that you could have a question and you need further direction from the court. If so, your foreperson needs to write that question out and sign it and hand it to the officers. If I can give you further directions on the law, I certainly will. Now, I cannot decide the facts for you. You folks have to decide what the facts are, but if you need additional instruction in understanding the law, perhaps I can give you further instructions. Just write those questions out. All right, folks, it is now time to begin deliberations, and we still have 16 jurors. It's been a long time since I've gone through a week-long trial and not lost at least one juror. So let me thank you all so much for your attention to this case and your devotion to our community for being here. Before I select the alternate jurors, I want to ask one question, because 2 out of the last 3 times in the past month that I've done this, I've lost a juror within 5 minutes of beginning deliberations because something has happened. So just by a show of hands, do any of you have any emergencies or anything that's going on that you think at this point would prevent you from deliberating in this case? Anyone? All right, you are all 16 still valid jurors. That means I'm going to randomly select 4 of you to be the alternate jurors in this case. It's like getting to go to the prom, but you don't get the slow dance at the end, okay? And so the way we're going to do that is by lot. And so I have bingo up here. And we've got all the B balls. If you ever play bingo, you know that B is 1 through 15. Well, since we have 16 jurors, we have I, which is number I-16. And so I'm going to randomly turn the wheel, and the number that is on that ball is going to correspond to the seat number of the first alternate juror, and we'll go all the way until we get you down to 12. Now, since media is covering this, I'm not going to use your name, so hopefully you know what seat you're in. I will use your initials just to make sure you all know who I'm referring to. So and don't leave just yet. I need to talk to you. Well, I is coming out, so I know that's number 16. So Mr. Sneed, you are going to be an alternate juror in this case. So if you'd remain seated until we're excused here, I'll give you further instructions. Sorry, I used your name. I knew I was going to do that. All right. Our next alternate juror is juror number 7, which is RS. So you also, sir, will be an alternate. Our third alternate juror is juror number 2, KA. So you too will be an alternate. And our final alternate juror is juror number 12, T8. So you, ma'am, will also be an alternate juror. So those of you who just called out your numbers, when we're discharged here in just a moment, I'm going to have you go back to the jury room. If you have belongings in there, I'd like you to retrieve those belongings. You can say goodbye to your fellow jurors, but please do not say anything at all about this case or what your opinion is on this case. You are no longer jurors on this matter. And so you can say goodbye, wish you luck, I'll see you next week, and then step back out in the hall. I would like to hand deliver to each of you a certificate of appreciation and thank you for your service, and then I'll give you some further instructions about next week. Those of you who are still valid jurors, when you go back there, once the alternates have retrieved their belongings, you're going to close the door. I want you to decide among yourselves who your foreperson is going to be. Now, the foreperson is no magic juror. You don't have any more power than anybody else. It's just you're the person who's going to be communicating with the court. Sometimes the foreperson takes a more active role in helping direct the conversations and taking votes. Sometimes they don't. It's just completely up to you how you want to do it. But I do need you to select among yourselves one person who will be communicating with the court from here on out. Once you have selected your foreperson, please open the door, let the officers know who that foreperson will be, and then at that point we should have all the exhibits ready for you and the instructions, and you can begin your deliberations. Now it is a little bit after 4 o'clock. Now my preference is that we deliberate until we reach a verdict tonight, because this stuff's all fresh in your mind. It reduces the danger that you could be exposed to extraneous information about this case, and so who knows how long it's going to take to reach a verdict. Sometimes it doesn't take juries long, sometimes it takes them a very long time. I mean, we never know, you don't know, until you sit down and start talking about the evidence with your fellow jurors. If you would believe that you're going to be here through dinner, just let the officers know, and we will provide dinner for you tonight as well too. If we end up late this evening and you guys are getting tired and you want to adjourn, at any point you want to adjourn and come back on Monday to resume the deliberations, we can. I would ask you to start deliberations tonight, again, to avoid the danger that we could lose a juror, because we've lost all our alternate jurors now, so we're stuck with you 12 folks. And so at this time, I'm going to ask you to take your notebooks with you. Please go with the officers. Alternates, please step out in the hallway. The rest, begin your deliberations. Have a seat. Well, I almost made it through the whole trial without using a juror's name, but I apologize to that juror. I do want to put one thing on the record. Since we did have that one concern about a juror perhaps making contact as she came into the courtroom with family members from Mr. Freeman, from then on I started observing not only her but every juror, and none of them made any contact whatsoever. I specifically watched them, particularly juror number 8, so I've seen no improper contact from any of those folks. So this case has been very well tried. It is a difficult case. We're going to have to trust the members of this jury to reach a just verdict. Are there any other issues from the state at this time?
I would say
Ms. Mathis?
Not this time.
Ms. Robinette? All right, I would ask the attorneys to let Ms. Andrews have your cell phones if she does not already, so she can reach you once we have a question or a verdict. I would ask everybody to remain within about 15 minutes of the courtroom. At some point, I expect they will want dinner. Once that happens, I will let the parties know, and then you can all leave the building and go eat dinner, because they're probably not going to have a verdict while they're eating dinner, okay? So, but for the next hour, I would ask you all to stay within 15 minutes of the building, okay? If nothing further, the court will stand in recess. Chris, you got the...
Excellent job. I didn't do anything. Excellent job. Very great job.
yes.
Excellent job. Good deal.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna run these back, but don't leave without leaving me your.
No, worries. I was gonna ask the clerk's office if they can.
Excellent job. Excellent job.
I know I have your phone number, but it's. I've got it on phone. 369. Okay, all right, I'll call one and I'll send that. So, but like I said, is if you leave the city walk in, there's your
The sign.
Yeah. Greg is walking out to no, move along. So, he's like, I'm not, Mike, don't be fast. Sausage has to be done right away.
I'll get it.
Has the Court of Appeals ever addressed the Baumgartner language that you adopted on reasonable doubt?
Nobody's ever challenged.
Really? I remember when he did that. Didn't like it then.
Judge, if you wanted to spend a Friday night with us, you could have just asked. You didn't have to charge. No, I'm just
You know, I'm married. This is the only way I can get to spend time with.
Be back in the garden.
You did it. What's
Be
that?
back in the garden, they won't get away.
Yeah, boy, that's a treat.
I'm gonna let my husband know we may be hanging out while it's night.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's gonna be.
Think they're gonna go into the night? Your jury, see, the last one we did like this in federal court, they came back in about 5 minutes and said, no, we'll come back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they came straight back.
Well, you know,
Colin?
that federal something.
They were like, we do not want to deliberate. It won't be here quick.
Well, Hank Black was here
Well, it
till
was a
what,
3-week
10:30 on a
trial.
Friday night?
What's that?
I think Hank Black was here till 10:30 on a
We
Friday
were
night.
here late.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, every time I've stayed late for jury, it's been on a Friday.
Thanks, Judge.
You know, the problem, and I wonder if they're better, is getting back in the building after 5 o'clock.
We
Last
can get
year
in
we
because of
had-
our badges.
Yeah,
It didn't work.
Oh, our
Yeah.
PDA badges don't? I've come in
Yeah.
after hours before.
we'll have to,
I'll
we'll
make sure
have to have.
somebody's
I've already told them if they leave, they're gonna come get me and I'll go get them.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Or y'all can't get in calls.
Yeah, no, it's
I'm
fine,
not
we,
I just missed Jamie's cell phone number, so.
Okay.
She can stay or not. She should text on yours right now, and maybe you have mine.
hopefully not too. Everyone's watching.
Oh, yeah, just have this on for you.
Who's,
They're out.
I'll
You got
get
it.
I got it.
Wait. What are you doing?
Tell them to turn the.
Yeah. That's what somebody was calling me.
I did say something about me.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Oh, we were on TV when we sat back there.
I mean, no.
Then minutes later, evidently that must have offended the people in the blue Nissan. Minutes later, they are still trolling around outside, that blue Nissan is. They see Stan's car, and that's it.
And that's where a lot of the discussion and closing arguments came today. Is for first-degree murder, they were saying that premeditation part. Was that enough to kind of premeditate this crime? And that's one of the things the jurors are going to have to take under consideration.
My hunch is, and I could be wrong, but my hunch is they won't struggle over that one, premeditation, because it doesn't take a whole lot to form intent, and you could start from them sitting in the line, having decided they were going to wait and see about this other Honda that they'd seen. Plus, there's also the, Stan drives off, they take off, they turn the corner. There are plenty of moments there to form premeditation. The state certainly argued that. I don't think they'll struggle with that.
Right, and I think a lot of what we heard about was circumstantial evidence. A lot of that comes from those cell phones. They were looking at some of the cell towers that kind of placed them more or less in the area of the shooting at the time it happened, kind of following them around. We learned a lot about that this week.
Yeah, I learned a whole lot. One, can be your friend or your foe because it will tattle on you plenty. But yeah, I mean, you and I talked about this last week when we were getting prepared for trial, that cell phone evidence would be a big deal. That point had been brought home to me because I watched, and maybe some of you all did, the Alec Murdaugh case, and that was enormous because in that trial, they tracked where Alec's cell phone was, and they tracked where the cell phones went for Maggie and Paul, when they were on, when they were off, when they received information, when they were moved. They counted steps. These things can count steps, by the way. If you move, this thing can count steps. So we knew sort of going in that this could be relevant, and my gosh, Grace, it turned out to be profound.
Right, I mean, that's one of the main pieces of evidence, placing them at the scene of the time of the crime. It can show when they connected to the car alleged to be used in this incident. It just showed so much from really all of it, and also what was found on their phones in terms of the photos and videos. It showed the two teens with the guns that they say are the murder weapons before, at the time, or around the time of, and after the shooting is what the prosecution was saying. And it also had a number of pictures of Stanley Freeman himself after the murder.
Yeah, I want to get to that point in a sec, but let me just underscore for people who maybe don't realize this. This can track where you're going because of because of what it's storing, and then also your cell service provider retains that information. So we heard from two different ways that information for these two cell phones that the young men are alleged to have been carrying, it was tracking. I mentioned that Alec Murdaugh case. One of the FBI agents who testified in that case, who's an expert at tracking this kind of stuff through cell phone service, he testified this week. He testified yesterday. You and I were sitting there taking notes hurriedly, and we both sort of realized, wow, we've got Matthew Wild from the FBI testifying right now, and he was just at the Murdaugh case. But getting back to your point, lots of pictures, for example, things that were deliberately saved to the iPhones. And one that struck me, and I don't know about you, but one of the things that struck me was that after the shooting and after Stan wrecked and died, the cell phones for these two guys allegedly began accruing images of Stan, including a screen grab that was sent to them of Stan, his body in the wreckage. He was still alive at that point. Somebody had gone and made a live social video of the wreckage from outside their home and was showing it. Somebody else saw that, took a screen grab, and sent it to one of these two defendants.
There was a number of things saved. There was the crime scene. There was a post that Stanley's math teacher, she was one of the last people that had spoken with him, just talking about what had happened to him and how tragic it was. That was saved. A screenshot of that was saved to the phones. There were some pictures saved of people saying, rest in peace, Stanley, of the front page newspaper clipping of that incident. And Stanley's father testified saying he has no knowledge of any kind of relationship between the defendants and Stanley. And that was something that everyone kept making clear, is there's really no other reason there because they had no relation to each other or didn't even know of each other.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. The state says essentially that Stan was an innocent victim, that these two guys didn't know him. Neither of them attended Austin East. One attended Gibbs. The other had been sort of in the feeder system from middle school, but he started blowing off school in middle school, and he never attended Austin East. So yeah, they really didn't know this man, but the state would allege that it didn't matter. They just had decided that perhaps rightly or wrongly they perceived that that person in the car had dissed them, and they were going to go after them.
For sure. And one thing you mentioned earlier is DNA evidence used to kind of be that smoking gun in cases before. In this case, it's really not.
It's kind of interesting. So I've been doing this a while, and I can tell you that I remember back in the 90s when DNA was like, ooh, that's the big deal. OJ trial was big. DNA, that's when the forensic testimony regarding genetic material really sort of became prominent in courts and became kind of the standard measure of, well, does the prosecution have DNA in this case? We've gone far beyond that, folks. It's almost, one could argue, you could put a case on and not really use it because as you alluded, lots of material was collected from the blue Nissan where you might expect to find some, from some clothing, from other items, and there was the guns. There was so much, it turned out, multiple samples of DNA on key things like the two weapons that they couldn't make a discernment as to who it was. They said, well, for example, we think there are at least 4 people handled this gun handle, this grip, and that's all they could do. So for this trial, DNA was not a factor.
Cell phone evidence certainly was, as are some of these testimonies that we've heard over the last couple days. Any final thoughts before we kind of let it go for the night?
Well, first of all, I always, when I cover a trial, I appreciate how our government works and how this branch of government works, and it is so important that we go through this process, that the defendants have the process, the benefit of the process, and I think this was a fair trial. I didn't see anything that's kind of screamed out at me as like, oh, that's a huge glaring mistake. Also good for the prosecution because, you know, it is the will of the people that when somebody is alleged to have committed a crime that they're prosecuted. These things are also kind of exhausting after a while. I don't know about you, but it's Friday and I'd like to get this wrapped up if possible tonight. But I also just want to say, and you and I have seen the families of both the defendants and the victims, and I just want to say that my heart goes out to the family of Stanley Freeman, because here's a young man, 16, who the prosecution described as a young man in a hurry trying to do everything right, did nothing wrong, and his life was taken from him.
For sure. I mean, we heard from his teacher, we heard from his family, and we've talked to the family before, and his basketball coach, he loved playing sports. He worked hard to keep up his grades so he could keep that car that ended up likely getting him killed. He, just wanted to do everything right and ended up wrong place, wrong time, it seems.
Yeah, well, we'll see if there'll be justice for the victim. We'll see.
For sure. Well, thanks so much for joining us tonight. We will let you know when we have that verdict or if jurors will return on Monday, but you can check WBIR.com for everything else you need to know.
informed that the jury has reached a verdict. I do not know what that verdict is. The court officers were informed by the foreperson that they have reached a verdict, and no further questions were asked of them. So we will bring the jury in. I will ask the foreperson to send the verdict forms up to me to review them. Sometimes they forget to sign them. Make sure that they've been signed and dated. If they have been completed, I'll return those to our foreperson, who's juror number 3, and have him present the verdicts. Now, folks, I just want to prepare everybody to receive a verdict. It really is an overwhelming and awesome thing. These folks are just 12 ordinary citizens from our community who have paid a lot of attention this week over the evidence that's been presented in this case, and they've done their best to reach a fair and just verdict. And one side or the other very well may be disappointed in this, maybe both sides could end up being disappointed in it. But it's essential that everybody in the courtroom remain calm and not have any outward displays of approval or disapproval of the verdicts. We need to respect this jury, whatever the decisions are, and then we will adjourn court soon thereafter, and then you can let your emotions out. But I'd ask while court's in session, particularly when the jury's in here, that you have no outward displays. And the only reason I tell you that is because you really have to prepare yourself for it. You have to consciously make yourself not to react, because this is an important decision for Mr. Davis, Mr. Jordan, and his family, as well as the family of Mr. Freeman. And so you just have to prepare yourself to be stoic and not react. So is the state ready to receive the verdict?
State's ready.
Ms. Mathis, Mr. Davis ready to receive the verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Robinette, is Mr. Jordan ready to receive the verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Officer Coker, will you please bring our jury? All right, Evan, you may be seated. This is State Way to Call jury. Ms. Mathis, you way to call? Mr. Robinette?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, welcome back, folks. Juror number 3, I understand you're our foreperson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict as to all 3 counts as to both defendants?
Yes, sir.
Would you please hand the book to Officer Thompson? I want to review just to make sure that our verdict forms have in fact been completed. Once I've determined that, I'll return those to you for publication. Let the record reflect that the court sees that all 6 verdict forms have been completed. For our forepersons information, I am now putting the verdict forms together based on count rather than by defendant. So when I return these to you, Mr. Foreperson, I'm going to have you publish the findings with each defendant on each separate count. So I'm going to keep the instructions together and put the verdict forms in the back of the booklet in order. So, Mr. Thompson, would you please return this to our foreperson? And Mr. Foreperson, I'd ask you to please stand. Mr. Davis, if you please stand and face the jury. And Mr. Jordan, if you stand and face as well. And Mr. Foreperson, if you turn to the back of the booklet, you will see the verdict forms, the first count, have been paper clipped together. Would you please turn to the first count? And I want you to publish the jury's findings, starting with Mr. Davis's count. I want you to read his name, then I want you to read the sentence, "We the jury," and then announce your findings.
Sorry, could you?
Yes, so start with verdict form 1, read the name of the defendant first. It'd be DeAndre Davis, then the sentence, "We the jury," and then announce your findings.
Yes, sir. Verdict form 1, DeAndre Davis. We the jury find the defendant DeAndre Davis guilty of first-degree murder.
Thank you, sir. Would you turn to the verdict form for Mr. Jordan as to the first count and announce the name and findings?
Rashawn Jordan. We the jury find the defendant Rashawn Jordan guilty of first-degree murder.
Thank you, sir. If you would now turn to the second count, beginning with Mr. Davis, announce his name, and then announce your findings.
DeAndre Davis, we, the jury, find the defendant DeAndre Davis guilty of felony murder.
Thank you, sir. Would you turn to the verdict form for count 2 for Mr. Jordan?
Rashawn Jordan, we, the jury, find the defendant Rashawn Jordan guilty of first-degree murder.
Thank you, sir. If now you would turn to the verdict form 3 for count 3 for Mr. Davis. Announce his name and findings, please.
DeAndre Davis, we, the jury, find the defendant DeAndre Davis guilty of aggravated child abuse.
And lastly, if you turn to count number 3 for Mr. Jordan.
Rashawn Jordan, we, the jury, find the defendant Rashawn Jordan guilty of aggravated child abuse.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. Mr. Davis, Mr. Jordan, you can have seats as well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if that is your individual verdict as to each count, as to each defendant, please signify by raising your right hand at this time. All right. Let the record reflect the court does see all 12 hands. Does either side wishing any further polling?
No, sir.
Ms. Mathis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you heard the announcement from our foreperson, who's juror number 1, and I'm going to go through and ask you a question. I'm going to start with juror number 1, WM, your initials. Is that your verdict as to each count, as to each defendant?
Yes.
And juror number 2, initials KB, is that your verdict as to each defendant and each count?
Yes.
Mr. Foreperson, is that your verdict as to each defendant and each count?
Yes.
And juror number 4, RR, is that your verdict as to each defendant, as to each count?
Yes.
And juror number 5, SF, is that your verdict as to each defendant and each count?
Yes.
Juror number 6, MA, is that your individual verdict as to each defendant and each count?
Yes.
Juror now number 12, AG, is that your verdict as to each defendant, as to each count?
Yes.
Juror number 11, RR, is that your verdict as to each defendant and each count?
Yes.
Juror number 10, CP, is that your verdict as to each defendant and each count?
Yes.
Juror number 9, JO, is that your verdict as to each defendant and each count?
Yes.
Juror number 8, SB or SS, is that your verdict as to each defendant and each count?
Yes.
And now juror number 7, which is MD, is that your verdict as to each defendant as to each count?
Yes.
All right, that can reflect the court finds that the polling shows this is a unanimous verdict, and the court does accept that verdict. I also exercise my role as a 13th juror and find that the weight of the evidence does support the jury's verdicts. So ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude your verdict or your case, service in this case, as well as this week. I know you're all ready to get out of here. I do need to give you some instructions for next week, and I'd like to give you a certificate of appreciation and thank you for your service. So if you don't mind waiting for me one last time in the jury room, but this time you are discharged with the thanks of the court. Please go with the officers. All right. I ask Mr. Davis and Mr. Jordan remain standing. Everybody else should have a seat. DeAndre Davis and docket number 121660 after being tried by jury peers are found guilty of first-degree murder. The court does enter that finding. Count number 2 is felony murder, which is also first-degree murder. That will merge into count number 1. And count number 3, guilty of aggravated child abuse. That's a Class A finding. The court does enter that as well. Rashawn Jordan, after being tried by jury peers in docket number 121661, count 1. Jury's found you guilty of first-degree murder. The court does enter that finding. As to count 2, first-degree felony murder, the court does enter that finding. That will merge into count 1. And lastly, the third count, Mr. Jordan, aggravated child abuse. That's a Class A felony. The court does enter that finding as well. Too. As I said, a 13th juror finds that the way the evidence supports those verdicts. You can have a seat now, gentlemen. All right, because the defendants have been found guilty of first-degree murder, this is an automatic life sentence. In the state of Tennessee, a life sentence for a juvenile is not the same as a life sentence for an adult. It is now somewhere between 25 and 36 years. Because there is no other sentence for that, the court will present or enter that judgment today. So I would suggest we do victim impact when we come back for the act of child abuse. Is that acceptable to the family?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Davis, would you please stand up at this time and enter judgment? You will have an opportunity to address the court before we enter judgment on aggravated child abuse. DeAndre Davis, after being tried by jury peers and found guilty of first-degree murder in count 1 and felony murder in count 2, the court now merges those offenses, and I order you to serve life in prison in the state of Tennessee Department of Corrections. Because you are a juvenile, the life sentence is a shorter period of time. It's estimated to be 25 to 36 years. We will discuss that further when we Mr. Jordan, would you please stand? Rashawn Jordan, after being tried by your jury of your peers and found guilty of first-degree murder and felony murder that's merged into a single first-degree murder conviction, the court does sentence you to serve life in the Tennessee Department of Corrections. Again, as a juvenile, that's a shorter sentence than an adult life sentence. We will discuss that when we come back for sentencing in count 3. You can have a seat as well, sir. So the court needs to refer both defendants for a pre-sentence investigation report to be conducted, and we will use that in the sentencing. Today is the 31st of March. I would suggest Thursday, the 18th of May for sentencing.
Good? Mr. Let's go to state.
What day is it again?
That's a Thursday, May 18th.
Yes, Shadow.
Ms. Mathis?
That would be fine.
Very well. We will schedule these for sentencing on May 18th. If there's nothing further to come before the court will stand adjourned until 9 o'clock Monday morning. Ms. Mathis?
Well, Your Honor, I may have a different understanding of the Booker opinion, but my reading of that opinion is that a defendant is now going to be entitled to a sentencing hearing before the judge to establish the additional factors before imposing an automatic life sentence under the law.
My understanding is it's still an automatic life sentence, but what's changed is what that means for a juvenile. Now, we can revisit it when it comes time to sentencing on count 3, but there is no other sentence for first-degree murder. It's an automatic life sentence. It's just, what does that mean? And it's really out of the court's hand. I think all I can do is sentence him to life in prison. So I'll be glad to listen to further argument when we come back May 18th, but I'm pretty sure that's the only sentence available.
Sure, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks. Court stands adjourned.